45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Now Tuttle, don't be a dick and double down on the fact that he called you out, and just accept his apology as a gentleman and let's move on. I don't want heat with these guys. They're too talented. I don't want to lose them.
Listen, I feel bad enough for him just living and being from Alabama in the first place. So
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Is it me or is it a little hot in here today?
It is warm.
Yeah.
It's because Babyface brings the heat. Oh,
Babyface brings the heat. He brings so much heat that he wasn't even familiar with the fact that the character he invented, Twink Martindale, the guy that Twink Martindale was modeled after, Wink Martindale, died 2 days ago at the age of 93.
not to be confused with the other Wink Martindale.
Is there two?
Yes.
There was Wink Martindale, the game show host, and there was Wink Martindale,
The coach of Michigan.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Basketball or football?
Football.
Oh, that was like after Bo Schembechler, wasn't it?
I think it's like an offensive or defensive coordinator or something.
How
How many winks are there, man?
His name is the Michigan guy's name was Don Martindale, but his nickname is Wink.
I know, but like, here's the deal: who would name their kid Wink? And if it's
His name's Winston, and he went with Wink.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
So when you're a Wink, you're really a Winston. They just shorten it up, like Robert's Bob.
That's worse than
Richard's Dick.
That doesn't play. But we can go with it.
I'm just saying.
No, I know what you're saying. I just don't think that, oh, hey, my name's Walter, so just call me Wink.
Well, no, didn't come from me, buddy. That come from your butt buddy across the street.
Okay, well, I don't know why he has to be my butt buddy right off the bat. I'm not happy.
Have you guys seen your picture on Blizzard? It looks like the Step Brothers.
Yeah,
pose.
that was handcrafted.
That
was to ruffle the feathers of MAGA that two men could be on each other's laps and
I'm
be
just
totally
telling
comfortable.
You, that picture has butt buddy ramifications. Okay.
Okay, well,
I'm just saying.
There's butt buddy remnants.
Butt buddies aren't a bad thing. You don't have to be a butt buddy.
Yeah, you meant it as a jab.
You don't have to be necessarily doing a sexual act to be a guy's butt buddy.
Okay. Well, every quarter we dock. So
I think Bubba was just sticking up for when Babyface attacked the great Hall of Fame Big Red when you called him my salad buddy or whatever you did, because Big Red was very offended by that.
When did Babyface
last week
take a hack at the great Hall of Famer, one of the greatest ever to live in the Bubba Army royalty?
Wait, he
world.
did salad tossing humor last week?
Yeah.
Oh boy,
out of nowhere against Big Red.
What'd he say?
I don't know.
I don't remember exactly how it came up. It was something. Somebody was attacking me, and I fired back that like Lummy and Big Red toss each other salads.
Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of in bounds.
Well, it's only because I saw red pubes in Lummy's teeth. That's why I thought it happened.
But one, I wasn't attacking you. Neither was Big Red.
So anyway, welcome, Brian, the babyface Matroni. How are you, my friend?
Wonderful, Bubba. How are you?
Did you see? Well, great.
I mean, I'm tragically upset now that I found out Wink Martindale died.
Now, are we playing a Twink Martindale game today?
We have one, yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Fantastic. You also have an unsigned band review called Below Alabama.
Below Alabama, so that's Florida?
Yeah, exactly. They're from the panhandle of they're like in the Fort Walton Beach, Destin,
Crestview, yeah, they're Crestview.
That area. And they're a country band, and we'll be doing them. I would say that we should probably do the game maybe in the 8, because I'm assuming you probably have these guys scheduled for the 9.
Yes.
Okay. So, Twink, we might, have your game a little bit closer to prime time, like maybe 8:20 or something.
All right.
Below Alabama is on a mission to define country as we know it. Not what they are told that it should be, but from the people of the music country industry, but from the people that, okay, you guys have lost me already. But that's Below Alabama's.
Is their bio?
Yeah, it's just way long.
Yeah,
it's more of their philosophy actually.
Yeah,
than
I think
their bio.
it is. I think it's
they're
more
redefining country music as you know it,
not as you think it should be. So one of the things with regards to the unsigned band review is I don't listen to the song at all. The first time I'm listening to the song will be when I'm playing it on the air, so I can get my natural, true reaction, and I don't have a preconceived notion as to, whether it's good or bad. I think Lummy is the only one that may have heard it, and
yes.
I asked Lummy for a little Iggy. I'm like, Lummy, is it good or bad? And Lummy goes, it's country. That's what he said.
That's country.
So there you go. This actually happens to be something that Brian has been keeping up with.
Yeah.
And I think he watched the documentary, as a lot of us did, Fyre Festival. And the guy that organized Fyre Festival 1, that was in the Bahamas, that was a complete disaster. Billy
McFarland. He went to federal prison.
3 years of federal prison.
Yeah.
He gets out, and he has this brilliant idea that we're going to do Fyre Festival 2. Now, if you do something so bad the first time that it puts you in prison, one may think that you might want to not do, or you might want to stray away from that particular act.
Shadow Panda, $20.
But what is he thinking? Does he not have a Tom Bean or a Brian Matroni or a Steve Diaco or somebody that can talk a little sense into him and say, hey, Billy, is it Billy McFarland? Is that his name?
Billy McFarland.
Billy, it didn't. This Fyre Festival concept that you had, well, it was so bad that it put you in prison. There's so many working parts to it. I mean, to me, Brian, he seems like a shyster that has figured out a quick way to bamboozle music goers that have a lot of expendable income, and it's it feels like a money grab.
Bubba, this one was doomed from the start. Babyface can tell you they announced that this was happening before they had any artists, before they had any details. They were selling $100,000 tickets for an artist experience where they couldn't even explain to you what it was, and then Babyface breaks the news to me that the first artist they booked was Antonio Brown.
No, hold on. Let me clarify something.
Yes, go ahead.
You're talking about the second one.
Yes, the second one.
Yeah, because the first one was even more disastrous than that.
Well, the first one was at least had a lineup, and he had the makings of a music festival. There
were enough lies to get people there in the first place.
Yeah,
this one had.
This one was never getting off the ground.
This one had no lies. It was just here's another one.
The second one, the one we're going to play now, they didn't even have a city, because the city, they originally claimed it was going to be somewhere.
Isla Mujeres.
Yeah, in Mexico.
Isla Mujeres, an island in Mexico with 2 high-quality 5-star resorts that they were going to be selling rooms at. The resorts knew nothing of it. The island knew nothing of it. Nobody knew anything about
Brian.
it.
The government, the city government, didn't even know anything about it.
And so
the Chamber of Commerce didn't know.
And that's when they were going to move it to Playa del Carmen. All that came out. But before that, it was Isla Mujeres. They were offering luxury yacht stays that were going to be anchored right off the beach and everything.
I saw,
like nobody had anything. This was all made up.
I saw about 2 months ago when this first came out, and they still hadn't been caught in a lie with regards to the location, not knowing where they were going to, like them not securing the location, them having nothing. They're early on, and you might be able to find it, but they're early on. Fyre Festival 2 promotional items actually had They had a $1.5 million ticket that included like your own luxury yacht, like you said, Brian. Like you had, they were going to put you on a yacht, and you had all but they are like. Do you think they even sold? There's suckers out there.
No. I don't think any. I was talking to Brian about this on the Blizz. I don't think they sold one ticket unless some sort of influencer had so much money that they were willing to go to see what the experience was like. But it was priced for like rich people that had been there for 10 years in a row.
So the cheapest ticket was $1,400 a person, and that just got you into the festival.
That just got you access to a fairground type setting with a stage on the other side of it, right?
Yeah, wherever it was going to be,
right.
which nobody knew. And then they had another package above that got you a little bit more, and I think that was like $5,000. That may
have gotten you like one of those army tents, outside the festival grounds.
The FEMA tents.
And a cheese sandwich.
Then it jumped up to like $25,000, and that was supposed to include accommodations and like VIP type experiences. And then the top package was the Prometheus package.
Hold on, the what? Tell me one more time.
Prometheus.
I just love you saying that word.
And it was $1.1 million, and it included like a private yacht and all this stuff, and it was for you and up to like I think 12 people total, so 11 guests or 7 guests. I don't remember the exact number, but it was a stupid number of people, and it was a ridiculously priced package. And then he actually launched this by doing like 500 general admission tickets for $500 that those people bought. And I wonder if they're going to get refunded, because that was like 2 years ago that he announced. And I'm like, who'd be stupid enough to buy a ticket to this festival?
So like literally when he gets out of prison, he starts organizing this and then starts doing like a $500 buy it now, general admission, be the first one in kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
And that was even before, that was with location 1. And no infrastructure.
That was with no location.
Right.
That was with no information, no date, just to buy your tickets to this future concert that I have no history of throwing. And That was
and
the
if you read, and like early on, I remember seeing where they had a disclaimer on the ticket buy early on that for when tickets were available. Now they've all shut it down because it's not happening. It's been canceled. But they had like this really Brian Petroni, really tough language that said something like, if for some reason this doesn't go down or this gets canceled in no way, shape, or form, are the organizers responsible for refunding? Did you ever see that aspect of it where he had this really strict language for the suckers that bought the $500 tickets, where he had pretty much covered his ass and with some really stiff language?
Yeah, I'm sure it's in there. I'm sure it was like almost like a GoFundMe type thing where
I sent you
it's
a
donation. If it's not, if the concert doesn't happen, it's a donation. Blah blah blah. I don't know exactly. I didn't read into the ticket pre-sale. That's just when this came on my radar like 2 years ago.
Fyre Festival 2 goers will not get money back if event is abruptly canceled. Now this is from March 26th, so this is from about what, maybe almost 3 weeks ago.
Yeah,
this is from 3 weeks ago.
Years flying by.
So again, 3 weeks ago, they were reporting that Fyre Festival 2 goers will not get their money back. Here, let me stop this and turn the volume up. Let me see here. Okay. It says Fyre Festival 2 goers will not get the money back if the event is abruptly canceled, as top tier tickets cost $1 million each. Now, Brian, I know that you've done things like gone to you. I think let me see if if I can, was it UFC 300?
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, look about that, huh? And when you were organizing your UFC 300 tickets, where you and 3 of your buddies, you and 3, I think, of your neighbors and, whatever, your friends went, and you had arranged not just general admission, sit down, wherever in the 200 level bowl, but you had a VIP table that came, I think, with limited drink service, and,
unlimited drink service, and it was a 6-course meal that was served throughout the evening. It was amazing.
But you had your own table, and you had it locked in. You had your tickets, and nowhere probably on, because it's a legitimate event held through a legitimate ticket broker. Organized through a legitimate hotel or casino by a legitimate sanctioning body. That I guarantee you there were probably some cancellation verbiage on your ticket, like with an act of God or some type of catastrophic a weather event or something, or something. But I guarantee you there was probably some type of language where you could get a refund.
Yeah,
if the event got canceled or something like that. No way, shape, or form did it say, if UFC 300 by some reason does not happen, you're out of luck, buddy. Nothing.
Yeah, but there are no refunds on this because nobody bought any tickets. They weren't refunding, $10 million.
You'd be surprised. Like, let me Google or Bing. Yeah. Did they sell any Fyre Fest 2 tickets?
Oh, I don't know that you're going to be able to find data on that. You may find anecdotally a couple.
Hold on, you might find some people that said. You might find a handful of people. Here, let's see this right here.
I do know they did sell out of the general admission tickets.
Yeah, correct. 100 were sold out of 100. The 550. Yeah, 100 of them.
Yeah.
So 100 of those early release Willies, they did get sold.
Yes.
So what is that? $5,000?
That would have been $55,000.
$55,000.
Fyre 2 really isn't about the past, and it's not really about me. It's about taking the vision, which is strong. So we're going to have artists across electronic, hip-hop, pop, and rock. However, it's not just music. We might have a professional skateboarder do it.
Yeah, by the way, and this professional skateboarder will not be Tony Hawk. What we do have is we have a man that at one time was recognized as one of the best wide receivers in the NFL about 10 years ago, and he has gone back crap crazy. I think he's since been incarcerated a few times. He completely blew his NFL career. He's now filed bankruptcy. He's a real good follow on Twitter because he's absolutely back crap crazy. The only artist we have booked so far is Antonio Brown. He's going to do a juggling gimmick on the stage. Who? Antonio Brown. He used to play for the Steelers. A little time with the Patriots. Put a year or two in with the Bucks. Then got thrown off the field. Oh, you got Antonio Brown? Yeah.
Neil Malplaisir, $150.
Thank you. Go Pack, go. Love you, Neil.
Demonstration. You might have an MMA champion teach you techniques in the morning, and
you say,
okay, an MMA champion teaching techniques in the morning. What? This guy's going to be up on stage and show you how to put in your rear naked choke, right?
Yeah,
we might have.
They were going to have a fight pit where they were advertising like you'd get access to the music stage and to the fight pit. So I think it was going to be heavily centered around MMA because those guys will do it
for literally $8.
Yeah,
literally. You can get Anderson Silva.
I mean, you don't even need to get Anderson Silva. You get any jobber who's willing to step into a ring and throw punches with each other.
Any guy that has a gi and a black belt who's really not even I am sure that you can literally go on Amazon and order a black belt. I mean, I'm saying.
Well, you got to buy them from somewhere.
Right, I'm saying.
It's not like you have to have a license to deal in black belts.
It's not like, it's an automatic, an automatic assault rifle where you can literally, with the automatic assault rifles, you can only buy them through a particular gun broker, and you have to be usually the SWAT team of a LEO, like a law enforcement agency, unless you have a particular ATF doc stamp. But Brian, you just can't go out and buy those things. But I think with black belts, I think you can buy a black belt. Now, in order to really, really be a black belt, you have to be going to some type of dojo, Gracie Tampa. They say it takes no less than between 10 and 12 years of, 3 and 4 day a week training to become even considered a black belt. And a black belt can only be awarded to you by the head of the dojo.
That'd be a funny bit for us to do, is send Lummy around as a black belt to all these MMA gyms and have him talk crap.
And have him just sit there all posted up with his black belt and do a couple wax on, wax off gimmicks.
Yeah, we can get one for $8 on Amazon.
Yeah, hold on. So you literally
it was only $4.20 last week.
Yeah.
For sure. Halves, are they booked?
So I think what makes Fyre so cool is that we are selling the experience of Fyre. I want to be one of the first festivals that can sell out with no artists.
But you do have them.
Okay, hold on, buddy. hold on. That'd be like saying this. I want to be the first football team that wins with no players.
No, he's saying he wants to. He's saying, and it's so perfect for this social media generation. What a disaster he has been, and this whole thing has been.
And what a joke our society has become, where you can literally sell out an event and have no announced performers.
Yeah, his idea was that the idea of what the concept of what he's doing, the exclusivity, the Instagram beauty of what he was trying to sell would be enough to draw the dolts in with their money to buy tickets without knowing a single band that's going to play, and this is on the heels of his track record of stealing money from people the last time around.
And hold on, most recently going to federal prison.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't like, some promoter that ripped off some guys and ripped off a few people. And this guy went, listen, I think you got to do some pretty egregious stuff as a concert promoter to get sent to federal prison, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
one of the first festivals.
That's like saying, I want to sell out a music festival without a no announced artist. I used the wrong analogy. I said I want to sell out a football game with no players. No. That would be like saying I want to win a football game with no players. That would be like saying this weekend there's going to be a hockey game at Amalie Arena, but we can't tell you who the two teams are. We don't even know if it's going to be the Lightning. We don't know if it might be the Buffalo Sabres. It might be the Fort Wayne Comets from the IHL. But we know that it could be two
club sports.
It could be two AAU teams.
2 8-year-old teams.
Yeah.
But we're going to have two teams playing each other. It's going to be unbelievable. We expect to sell out, the same type of attendance that the Lightning draw. We can't announce the teams.
And tickets are 10 times more than they usually are.
Instead of, if you shop around if you really want to go to the Lightning game and you just want to get in the building and you want to sit up in the 300 level, I think, as the game gets closer, Brian, you can get on some of the ticket aggregators, and I think you can get in for $40 or $50.
You nailed the number, man.
Yeah, I think you can get in.
Yep.
You
can get in the building, nosebleed, $40, $50.
15, 20 minutes before the game, that $50 you're in.
Oh, 100% on that one.
Exactly. Maybe 30.
I just go up to the
$30 if you're in the nosebleed.
I just go up to the front and I ask for Seth Cush's suite.
Right, exactly.
At Amalie.
Is this guy just a good salesman,
and they send
Brian?
you to these. Hold on, and they send you to these deserted podcast studios.
Is this guy
Seth trying to be funny, not hurtful.
Babyface, is this guy a good salesman, or is he just
This guy is an absolute... I almost cussed. This guy is an absolute shyster. This guy needs to go back to federal prison again. Because he didn't lose. You know what? Usually, federal prison makes you learn a lesson.
People that buy tickets need to go to federal prison.
You're right.
I mean, I don't know what more info you need about this guy. I'm not blaming this guy anymore.
I expect a Pam Bondi. News conference saying, "Hey, listen, I'm going to tell you something. I got a lot of things on my plate right now. I got this El Salvadorian guy. Everybody's going crazy over that. But I'm going to concentrate on the 500 people that bought tickets to the Fyre Fest 2. We're going to get in there and analyze these people as to how stupid they are, and we might be deporting them as well.
Yeah.
Because they don't need to be parents. They don't need to have a job that has any type of responsibility. These people are, listen, if I can say it, Rizzy Tizarded.
Or they have more money than mommy and daddy money than they know what to do with, and it's just fun to waste.
And if that's the case, we're going to funnel them over to the IRS and start looking into their finances a little bit.
That can sell out with no artists.
But you do have them booked.
We're announcing the artists over the next few months, so I'm not in charge of booking the talent.
Will these be A-list names that are involved?
I really hope so, and I expect so from our conversations.
Brian, I'm going to be honest
I'd like to
with
announce Billy McFarland is my new head of the Department of Entertainment. He's doing really big things.
The thing about it is I like Billy because he likes to keep things on the down low. You know what I'm saying? Billy likes to keep things tight to the vest. You'll never know what Billy's going to have. You know, you could have Metallica or you could have Below Alabama. I don't know which ones you're going to have, but Billy really, really knows how to keep a secret. He really does. If I had other guys like Billy, I wouldn't, head
Is this
near
guy
the
working
problems.
like a wrestling gimmick or something, or is he really this dumb?
I think this guy's working a narcissistic.
Yeah.
Listen, Brian, if you and I were to do a music festival, first of all, it's a 2-year deal. You first have to find a place that has a vacancy of what you think you might have. First of all, I think you would probably, if you're going to do your very first one, and help me out, everybody here, everybody in the room, I think you would first start it on a smaller scale. So that, so instead of saying, I want to sell $1 million yacht packages and I want to have a capacity of 30,000, I want to say, you know what, I want to do one that has a capacity of about 10,000 and I want to scale it down so I know I have enough hotel rooms. I want to do it 2 years in advance so that I can get a hold of the hotels, have blocks of rooms blocked out, have the Chamber of Commerce and the country or the city or the state on board and start working that way and then as you're doing that, start lining up your artists. Because most artists, touring schedules, Seth, probably better than most people are. Like there's artists right now, big time artists that are already booked into 26. Like, most big-time artists have half of 26 booked already.
Yeah.
They're usually a year out, aren't they, Seth?
When we would put together Next Big Thing, by we, I mean everybody else, they would normally start about 8 months out, starting to hit up bands and see what their schedule was.
And see what their routing was.
But you're not talking about huge you're not talking about international acts at that point. You're talking about, your headliner you got to have lined up a year in advance than that, right,
yeah.
Seth?
Yeah, at least a year.
Like the big name band, like let's say it was going to be.
I don't think Stained back in the day was playing, France or Germany too much. So I think we were able to get them with plenty of time. But the thing was, normally in December there was a lot of radio station festivals. They knew when those were, so a lot of the bands would make sure that they were available December to go play California, to go play Florida, to come through and.
Well, what they should do, Seth, and this is what we used to do with Livestock, is we would find out. We would guarantee them 2 days, and that would be that they would play 1 day in Tampa, and then they would play the
Earth Day birthday.
JRR on. So like Creed would play JRR Earth Day birthday on Friday, and then come to Tampa. So they get 2 nights and only have a 72-mile travel. So we would do that with all the bands. So if Fyre Festival was to be successful, they would get bands that
there's not a lot of bands going in and out of Mexico, so it's not like you can catch them on tour.
You could get you could get all the band. There's a couple of music.
Most Lonely Boys.
You could get. There's a lot of music festivals in Florida or this part, and find the routing out of a really big music festival, like for instance that big rock fest in Daytona. That big.
Yeah.
They have Daytona's got probably one of the biggest.
Welcome to Rockville.
Yeah, but have you seen?
Oh, the lineup is insane. It's I'm not a huge heavy rock guy, but it's good enough to make me want to go.
For real. So
Welcome
Brian,
to Rockville's lineup is insane.
If you're Fyre Festival, okay, you have it the weekend.
No, because that's not what he wanted to do. That's not what he's selling. Okay, he's selling ultra elite access. He's not selling what you can get at any other rock festival.
Well, then he's reverse engineering it to fail.
Well, he was trying to capitalize on the vapid Instagram caring about and worrying about photos only generation. That's why he was saying I can sell out the idea, the concept of this elite exclusive concert. I can sell it out without even naming a band because these people are stupid enough.
I think that his 36 months in federal prison should have showed him that concept is flawed, and that you just literally, I don't think our society is at a spot yet where you can sell a dream of, taking selfies on the beach, have it, the overall general vibe without having star power that they can also, like,
look, only Lollapalooza, Coachella, places that have established track records can sell tickets before you have artist names.
Right. Well, and you know what, Seth? Because they've established themselves, Coachella is not going to screw you. They're going to have, on day one, even before Coachella has announced the lineup, that they're going to have some unbelievable bands. So just from the amount of years they've done it, they've never, for all the years, how many years have Coachella been going on? 25, 30 years? They're not going to screw. The guy's not going to get up on the stage. Welcome to Coachella. I am Jim Johnson, the promoter, and 3 of our main acts canceled. So you just have to go back to your camping spots and try to have a Fyre Festival like vibe. Try to post them all on your Instagram and everything like that. But Blink 182, Alien Ant Farm, and Foster Pump Up the Kicks people all canceled. That place, they would burn the place down.
Well, most reputable.
They'd burn it down in 2002. Nobody's caring. Nobody's coming out for Alien Ant Farm these days.
I'm just saying.
Most reputable promotions are not selling tickets without names attached.
Right.
I would like to announce that we're going to have Fyre Festival 2 at Bubba Raceway Park this weekend, where we'll be blowing up every car in the building.
Right. Fyre Festival 3 is going to be at Bubba Raceway Park / Ocala Speedway. It's going to be a year from now.
And we got Theory of a Dead Man, baby. Let's go.
Right. Antonio Brown's already booked too.
Hold on. We got Theory of a Dead Man, Antonio Brown,
and Rob Kahn.
Hold on. Ty J. Armstrong,
Brooke Hogan,
Rob Kahn, and
Felicity,
and Jackal. Woo! Jackal would come.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't do it, though.
He probably would.
Get ready for Fyre Fest 2! It's just a few weeks away and it's full of surprises, like the food, the lineup.
They're not going to have it in Mexico.
And the location! Oh boy, here
Ryan, did you hear my explanation on why they have this guy talk goofy?
So it's clearly parody?
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't hear it, but that would be my guess, too.
They have Harvey Levins is an attorney, and they have this guy. Almost all their stories has this over-the-top kind of carnival barker guy, and I learned through latest copyright and trademark stuff that I've gone through in trying to use images and news stories, and what I'm talking about, the documentary.
Yeah.
And one of the attorneys that we're using says, listen, a prime example of is like TMZ. The reason why the guy talks goofy is because they present it as kind of like a parody, and it somehow is cool that way. I don't think our narrators on my documentary are going to be talking goofy like this. So we have
the Hogan sex tape was explosive.
Oh my God, Bubba said he'd be in his office.
And the location!
Hogan said he ate like a pig. You can't believe he was there.
Sorry if I on your ears.
Boy, here we go again.
So Fyre Festival 2 was supposed to happen in Playa del Carmen in Mexico.
Starting May...
Now, Brian, are you familiar with this place in Mexico? Because it looks beautiful.
So yes, but okay, a couple things here. So that is Martina Beach Club. That is where they said they were going to have it. First of all, look at the width of that beach.
Right.
Where are you putting a stage and hosting 2,000 people to watch?
They were thinking they were going to have capacities of 25,000.
No. He said it was going to be exclusive, and it was going to be about 1,800 to 2,000 people.
Okay. All right.
Were all they were looking for. But even at that, this beach club can't accommodate 2,000 people.
Even if you knock down these huts, you can't put a major stage. First of all,
if the tide comes in, then the concert's over.
I was getting ready to say, I don't know if this is low or high tide, but sometimes the tide will get clear up to here.
Yep.
Like up where this kayak.
Up to where the sand is flat.
Yeah.
Up to where the sand is
You're
flat.
better off taking the party to Ben T. Davis, I think, if you're doing it here.
You know what I'm thinking, Brian? You know what would be cool? If they had the stage in a floating stage. That would be kind of a cool concept, wouldn't it?
They can't even pull off a real stage.
That's true.
Playa del Carmen in
They can't even get a city that will allow them to come.
Mexico.
Starting May 30th. But we just obtained text from the events producer.
By the way, May 30th is exactly 6 weeks from now.
Yeah.
Where they say Mexican government is a joke. They us. What happened?
Playa del Carmen released a statement saying that no such event with that name will take place in our city.
Well, they also said, we've never been even asked. Billy McFarland and his team have said, we got their blessing.
And the man responsible for Fyre Fest 1, legally, according to his prison sentence, wouldn't lie, right?
So Billy McFarland posted a big timeline showing when he had interactions with city officials, that on this date we got permits.
He even posted the permit. Seems legit.
Now, Brian, would this be? You did gather money. You did. They said, "Let me." The 500 sold out, right?
Yeah, the 100, yes.
All right. I'm sorry. The 100 sold out. Now, Brian, if you, put anything fraudulent or fake or doctored up.
No, this wasn't doctored, and that's what really undid this, because I didn't think he thought people weren't going to be able to read Spanish.
But this is all.
No, that's a timeline of events. Showing
when he had interactions with city officials.
I don't think he lied in the timeline. What they lied about was the permit that they got was a listening party for 250 people.
He even posted the permit. Seems legit if you don't speak Spanish.
People who live in Playa del Carmen are pointing out that the permits he's showing is for a beach club that only allows 250 people, only pre-recorded music, and it has a decibel limit.
Oh my gosh.
So, adios, Mexico. Way to hold Billy's feet to the fire.
That's the best pun they could come up with. That was way to hold Billy's feet to the fire.
Fyre Fest 2 future is in doubt as organizers look for new location. They're done. They're done. If you go and buy a ticket, or you even just what's
I hope you're not buying after they canceled it.
No, but here's what I'm saying is, do they, Brian, come back with try to reshuffle the cards, reorganize, and come back with a legitimate location where they potentially try to have an event, or do they just?
But no one's working with
leeches
this guy.
like Billy McFarland don't go away quietly. He'll have some other crap that he's trying to peddle, and there, a fool and his money, right? It's a sucker's born every minute, as P.T. Barnum says. I think it's probably every second these days. But yeah, he'll try something again. But this was his last chance at legitimacy, if he had any chance at legitimacy, and he blew it again.
Yeah,
what a loser.
Did you see this before I go to words? Do you think that after you watch this, that the next, Seth says no, but do you think the next rule of Major League Baseball, which, by the way, man, I really have loved the new rules that Major League Baseball put in place, that, of course, being the bags a little bit bigger, so that, guys don't get their ankles twisted, when they're trying to go to a first. And the first baseman's, stretched out trying to get him out. And then the most important rule chain, I think by far, that probably helped the game more so than any rule that I could ever think, is the pitch clock.
It's amazing.
It is absolutely, it changed the game.
Yeah.
It absolutely changed the game. There's now strategy involved where, because the pitcher can, if a guy's on first or second, if a guy's got a lead on a base, the pitcher can only do two throwovers.
Yep.
That's it. So remember back in the day, man, you'd get Nolan Ryan, that hard-headed son of a bitch, and you'd get, some who was the fast guy on Willie Randolph. Was it Willie Randolph?
Oh,
Willie Randolph, yeah.
Yeah, the fat. I think he still has the record. And Willie Randolph would get literally an unbelievable lead, and Nolan Ryan would pitch over there 6 times in a row.
What record are you referring to? Stolen base record?
Are you talking about Ricky Henderson?
Ricky Henderson. I'm sorry.
I was like, Willie Randolph.
No,
I mean, he may
I'm
have
sorry.
a record. I don't know.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about Ricky Henderson.
Rest in peace, man.
Before that, Lou Brock, of course, but that wasn't during the Nolan Ryan era. It might have been a little bit. But, so it would be a battle between that pitcher trying to keep that really fast guy, the B.J. Uptons, the Carl Crawfords, the guy that, the good base stealers of the league. And this would be pitch out. And now, so Brian, the way if you're a real fast guy, it's probably the coach teaches you to get those first 2 leadoffs, get as aggressive as you can so that he has to hold you because he can't hold you anymore. Right?
Right.
I mean, he
can't throw over 5 times in a row like they used to back in the day.
So it's only 2. So if you get 2 large leads and he doesn't want to waste his 2 pitch overs, you're gone.
Yeah.
Because there are guys in the league that if they get, there's a certain length of a leadoff that they get that you can't catch him.
Oh, wait until the Rays call up Chandler Simpson. You want to see speed on the base paths. Now this guy, so last year in minor league baseball.
Is he a Ray?
Yes, he's a Ray. Last year in minor league baseball, I think he stole 103 bases in like 100 games. He was like a stolen base a game guy. It was insane.
What's keeping the Rays from bringing him up?
His service contract time. They don't want if they bring him up too early, then they lose a year of control on him.
Oh, so they wait till that day after the service contract that will give them another year of control.
Yep.
And then they bring him up. The Rays are really smart that way, are they not?
Yeah. It's got to be a little bit frustrating being a young guy in their organization where they play those games. He's center field, second baseman, left fielder. So they can plug him around. He's a singles guy. He's a contact guy. He's a get on base guy. So he'll bat 300.
I thought they liked him at shortstop.
They may like him. Well, no, they have Carson? Is it Carson Williams?
Yeah,
Carson Williams is going to be their next shortstop. But
is he up yet or no?
No, not yet.
I mean, are the Rays loaded in the minors?
So last year in the minor league baseball between A+ and AA baseball, Chandler Simpson had 104 stolen bases in 110 games. He only got caught stealing 17 times.
So anyway, talking about the pitch clock, I love it.
Sorry,
absolutely love it. And here's a situation that happened yesterday that nailed a first base umpire right in the head. And I was talking to Seth. I was like, do you think that or we were all talking amongst each other with like, do you think that they put helmets on the umpires? And Seth's like, what's next? Going to put them in a phone booth? Like, where does it stop?
He shoots that one off. Hunter Wendell.
Now, you really can't see the contact, but you can see them fretting over him afterwards, and I think he's really hurt. I really do.
And he goes down. Oh, my.
Well, the base coaches wear them, so I think the umps probably should on the corners at least.
I was going to say, because the
maybe not the second place guy. Maybe not the second, the guy behind second base. Maybe not him, because that's a little bit of a distance away. But
well, it's not just the distance. It's the guy. That guy's got to run and move a little bit more to get in position to make calls.
You got to remember the second base guy. He sometimes hides behind the pitcher, and if there's a line drive coming back at the pitcher and he moves out of the way,
right,
he may not have a quicker reaction.
And what are we getting now? What are we getting? Aren't we getting like 110 plus bat velocity, ball off the bat?
Oh yeah, I mean I think one of the Rays last night had 114 exit velocity.
Got him right in the back of the head. We were just talking the other day about how the base coaches wear helmets and that the base umpires should wear them as well. And Hunter Wendelstedt took a direct shot.
And, here's the other thing.
You got to look alive out there. Heads up, as they say.
Here's the other thing. Like, the shortstop and the third baseman and the first baseman and the second baseman and the pitchers don't wear helmets. But these guys are younger with quicker reactions. All these umpires are, usually fairly old, and they don't have near the reaction speed that a first base guy would have. So if the first base coaches, who tend to be a little bit older because they're coaches, if they're made to wear helmets, I think I think you could put a stealthy, kind of cool looking helmet on the umpires in the
guys don't get it. Corner like umpires and stuff. They don't get. I haven't seen them get hit very much. The home plate umpires, they'll take one, in the beanbag, or they'll take a foul ball
off
like
the shoulder,
off their head or something like that. And yeah, they. But the corner guys, I mean, normally they're
I sent you
a little bit more agile,
a closer video. Yeah, but it's that the problem is that just like even the base coaches, like I think one guy 5 years ago got hit, and then they just changed the whole rule.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with it. John Olerud used to wear it all the time. He wore it in the field. I think he wore it when he had sex with his wife.
Oh, that's him.
Yeah.
Oh, Lummy, what a good shot.
Yeah, he saw the reaction. Oh,
he's trying to get up.
Oh, man.
Side of the head.
And it bounced.
If only Donald Trump was there, he would have dodged it, just barely nicked his ear.
Just want to let you know, just nicked my ear. No big deal, just a little blood. It's buffering.
Well, we saw it.
Yeah.
He took it off the noggin there, off the peanut.
There we go.
He's trying to get up. Oh,
side of the head.
At least it wasn't the temple. It was more behind the ear.
Oh, I gotta tell you, it's close.
It's behind the ear.
Do you think his head's corked the way the ball bounced off it?
I think he's got a torpedo head.
Trying to get up. Oh, side of the head.
Oh, man.
Seth, you're going to become an umpire too soon, right?
I thought about it, Lummy, but if they're gonna force the pussification of American sports on me and make me wear a helmet out there on the field while 100-mile-per-hour balls are coming from my head, I'm not going to participate.
Yeah, you know what though?
I'll stick with highlight.
The first time, highlight.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Made out of ivory.
I don't even know.
I don't know what.
There was a highlight in Orlando.
I don't think there's
two left in the world, in the country. I think one's in New York, I believe, and the other one's somewhere in Florida.
I think you might be wrong.
Dude, if anybody knows where highlight locations are in America, I'd say it's this man.
Highlight, Brian?
Jailai. Miami Highlight is finding new life.
JAI.
Are they hiring a podcaster?
ALAI.
AL.
I'll get to know the highlighters more. What up, Cash? What up, Kizash?
Brian, you're fucking right. There are two highlight frontons in the U.S. that offer year-round performances: Magic City Casino in Miami, and when there's then Casino at Dana Beach. This venue also offers regular highlight. Magic City Casino is the only professional highlight venue in North America operating year-round, and then some other frontons in Florida, like Fort Pierce, may offer highlight seasonally for a limited time.
Yeah. You know,
but both in Florida.
The thing with highlight that's so fucked about
it's
just so wrought with fraud.
Well, yeah, I mean, it literally is probably the most you can cheat.
So you remember off of Gandy, there was that old bowling alley called...
There was a highlight place
there, and then there across the street there was an old bowling alley called Pinorama.
Yeah.
So that Pinorama bowling alley was bought by two brothers who played highlight. And we became friends with them when we lived down there because my wife and I bowled in a league. And they missed like the easiest ball in the world, right?
Right.
And you're like, oh man, at least try and hide the fact that you're fucking.
I think the other one is horse racing.
There's a little more to it, yeah.
Because you could who's saying that you're not pulling that horse back,
right?
Because
And a lot of times they do, and they'll sometimes do it because they'll say they felt that the horse didn't have it that day.
Right.
There was something off on
or they
him.
felt the horse was it was pacing too hard and not going to have anything left for the back.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's definitely another one where it's questionable, and you got to imagine that there's whenever you have that much money.
And the other thing, quite frankly, is boxing.
Oh yeah.
I mean, big time mobster gets a hold of you and said, "Hey, motherfucker,
you got to take a fall.
You got to take a fucking fall."
Good morning, Organic Gene. Good morning, Love Army. Yes. Let's give us some thumb-ins. Let's give us some money. Bubba loves Thursdays.
I got fucked this week with
What you got fucked by?
I had payroll and rent.
Oh man, it's a double.
I'm gonna text you something. Okay. I'm gonna text you something.
Good morning. I'm gonna call you the police.
Hey Brian, are you gonna come to
I just leave the sentence there. Am I gonna come? Absolutely.
Are you gonna come to Bubba's 199 birthday celebration?
No, he's not invited.
When is it?
Next Friday.
Oh, I'm out of town, and that reminds me. I'm not here next week, Bubba.
Oh, you're not?
Wow, we really just got a bad news fucking trickle down effect there.
Yeah, you thought I was gonna come to 199,
and now
I'm gonna be here Thursday.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a delayed spring break for us. We have our friends coming down from Massachusetts, 2 families, and we're sharing a house in a mansion in Reunion.
Where's that?
Reunion?
Yes.
It's
Florida?
Yeah. It's in the Orlando area.
By Celebration?
Kissimmee.
I've never heard of Reunion, Florida.
Reunion is not a city.
I'm sorry.
It's a massive resort built around family reunions. So they have a lot of large mansions that can accommodate large family group gatherings.
Are these some of your swinger friends?
No, and they also have 3 golf courses. One designed by Arnold Palmer, one designed by Jack Nicklaus, and the other one designed by another old golfer.
Who designed Mar-a-Lago? Because that's the only person I give a fuck about.
Picasso.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Brian, the babyface Matroni, better known as he also moonlights as Twink Martindale, about an hour and 15 or 20 minutes away from a Twink Martindale-based contest, if you will.
What's the subject today?
I love that bumper music. Was that Above Arkansas?
I think it was.
Is that the name of the band?
No, I think it was called Below Michigan.
What if we only interviewed royalty-free artists? For the unsigned band review.
Actually, I got to tell you something. That music was about as good as anything you're going to hear.
Well, I know. I thought it would be kind of a niche humor if you talk to somebody that makes that.
So yes, Twink Martindale has the game.
What's the premise of the game, if you can tell us?
Are you smarter than a 5th grader?
Okay, cool.
Oh damn! See, I saw all those questions last week, and they were kind of hard.
Well, it's okay.
Well, and it's gonna be one at a time this week. It's gonna be great.
813-90 Bubba. Oh, I got a phone call. Got to take it. Had one. Got rid of it. My fat little fingers. Good. Brian, did you see please, no mention, no slight mention, no teasing, no smart-ass fleeting comments on my text that I sent you.
Oh, I didn't look at it.
Hopefully you can look. No, don't look at it now because it could throw you off. So look at it during the commercial break and then during the hot mic.
I saw a piece of it and I'm so thrown off. I don't know how to function now.
So don't quit patronizing me, and then don't during the hot mic deal, which you've been known to blurt out some stupid stuff occasionally.
Yeah.
Just keep it to yourself, okay? Just
yes, sir.
Maybe you and I can scuttlebutt out like a couple little bitches out in the
Just
hall.
say it's attorney-client privilege, and I won't say a word. I'll take it to the grave.
Work product. Say it, my friend.
Work product.
Man, Brian thought it was the end for him that last time he had that hot mic outburst, Bubba.
What do you mean?
Well, you remember what you know?
Yeah.
Oh,
remember the
oh yes,
the one bad thing,
the one that caused me problems in Gainesville.
Yeah,
I was saying my goodbyes.
Brian was so worried he called me, and I was
but Brian, I gotta think, for as much crap as that caused me, which I've since worked out. I didn't really get on. I mean, I didn't yell.
No. You were amazing, and I'd rather not talk about it. Well, let's just move on.
No, but if we were to talk about it, you made a mistake. You were just being funny. It was taken the wrong way. It was secondhand news that somebody got, and then somebody eventually listened to, and somebody made a bigger deal about it than it really was. But as in the heat of the moment, as things were happening, cooler heads didn't prevail on their end. Not my end or your end, but on their end, they overreacted. They've since told me, sorry for overreacting. I'm great.
Everybody, wow, you got an apology.
I didn't. I haven't seen you since.
I think it's probably because the edible arrangements I sent up to them.
Yes, exactly.
that makes everything. If somebody gets a chocolate covered pineapple, everything's better.
As the crap was happening, I wasn't old school Bubba where I was flipped out on you. I was just like,
disappointed. The way you came at me, that's the way to come at me. Is because I mean, what can I do there? I'm not going to bow up on you there. You handled it perfectly, and
guess what? It's all good.
Did you say that you were crying and shaking, Bubba?
No, but yes, I was.
That got babyface.
I was upset just because I had disappointed. I had disappointed somebody, and I knew, as it's being explained to me, I knew that I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it because it happened when I was taking a pee. But I also knew that it was completely out of context. It was completely not a mean-spirited. It was Brian just being a smartass.
It was Brian being Brian.
It was last time I make a Domino's pizza joke. I'll tell you that right now.
Exactly.
We'll dig into this on the Blizzard today.
No, we won't.
No, we won't. But here the thing was, it's like I was trying to explain to the person. You understand? He's one of the most smartest, kind-hearted, coolest dudes in the world, and he means no malice, no way, shape, or form. He's just a quirky, sometimes
just a little dumb. Sometimes
he got a measles shot late in life and is autistic.
What can I say?
Anyway, Brian, I that's all. We're all good. We're all good. On
okay,
that.
good.
And actually, not only are we all good, but the person that gave me the biggest crap. Didn't apologize, but said, "Listen,
you better apologize."
Well, they didn't, but they did. They did say this. Hey, listen. In the heat of the moment, it seemed like it was worse than it really was. In the heat of the moment, everybody was in competition mode, and everybody was a little just high strung. And listen, it's not a big deal. We're good. We're good. And tell your friend. They referred to you as my friend. Tell him he's good too.
Like Bubba quickly is like, he's not my friend. Trust me.
I wouldn't hang out with. I haven't talked to him. I'm not going to call him until I need legal advice.
This herb. He's an herb.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba. I got a quick question for Seth.
Okay, it's Joe the Supermart.
It sure is.
Now, Joe, if it's
I
hope it's. Go ahead. Just go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if he saw what Topps is doing with WrestleMania this year.
I did. They're making the 101 patches like baseball.
Isn't that so amazing?
It's I have to give Topps and Fanatics credit, man. They are finding a way to continue to make more and more money, and I mean it's good ideas for collectors, but I mean,
now when you're Topps, do you got to go to these wrestlers? Or these ball players and get that jersey to cut up? Do you have to make a deal with them and buy that? Or is it part of, do they have a Topps deal where they have to provide X amount of jerseys to Topps? How do the deals in the card business where they're cutting up, pieces of material and autographs, how does that work for them? Does each athlete cut their own deal?
With WWE, I feel like it's probably the WWE handles it. I know with other athletes decide, who they're going to sign with and everything.
Like, let's say Wembanyama. Did he cut his own, did the Spurs step in, or does his management come in and
he
step
had his
in?
own deal before he got drafted.
All right,
with Tops, exclusive.
So when you're a big-time player like that, your manager agent goes in and cuts those ancillary deals.
Yes, like Shador just signed with Panini.
And Caitlin Clark signed with Panini.
Okay. And the team really doesn't have much to do with that.
No, but it's like Shador signed before he got drafted. He's going to have his own deal. I don't think WWE, all their wrestlers have their own deal. I think it's through WWE.
It is. It's through WWE, and WWE negotiated on the parts of certain wrestlers for a better deal.
Now, listen, I'm not trying. I'm going to tell everybody right now. Joe, so anyway, did that answer your question, buddy?
My question was also, I wanted to add one thing. The one-of-one card that had John Cena and Travis Scott and The Rock on it,
yes,
the autograph card, it got found. And the only person they said found it was a Reddit user found it.
Wow. Now, what's that worth?
Oh, one-of-ones are whatever someone's willing to pay.
Yeah, Rock,
especially with those. Hold on, with those three on it.
Well, there's only two people that you can see on the card, but
it's probably a few $100,000 at least.
So a guy
wrestling
goes
cards sell really, really well.
I got brought a really good John Cena card with me today.
Hey, I want everybody to know that
you
I got
see it.
Oh boy, here we go.
You got a John Cena?
Yeah, look,
that's a nice
I'm
one.
holding it up.
Oh, jeez.
I can't.
That's nice.
I can't see it.
No,
The Bubba card's better,
can't
though.
see it.
Hey, I got one little question for Babyface before I go. I know he's really big into music, and he knows all the lyrics to every song. Babyface, I want to take you back 15 years and just throw out a line and have you finish it. Can you handle it?
I'll try my best, buddy.
All
15
right.
years,
It's
so we're
simple.
circa 2010.
Exactly. So here we go. Wake up in the morning feeling like blank.
P. Diddy.
Kesha.
Exactly. You got it.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
good.
Oh,
About
finish
to
the loop.
leave
Now
the
we've-
city.
now, ladies
Before
and
I
gentlemen,
leave, brush my teeth with
Not
a
only
bottle
now,
of Jack.
When
TikTok,
Brian
make it stop.
When Brian comes to work on Thursdays, not only do we do his contesting to us, but now we have Name That Tune with listeners.
All right, what's your
this is-
question for Lummy now, Joe?
No,
I'm
that's
joking.
it. Joe, gotta go. See you later. Bye. Love you. Joe the Supermark. Hello.
God bless you, Joe.
God bless.
Macho.
Don't get your oxygen tube crinked.
Oh, man.
I said that in a precautionary type way. Hello, go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, it's Dave, West Palm.
Dave, West Palm.
Question for Petroni or both of you guys. Did you hear about the Letitia James story about her
The mortgage.
being under investigation? Isn't that the same thing that Trump that she tried to get Trump on, or
Not
something
really.
similar?
It's something different.
Well, I mean,
but
you didn't send that story to me.
It's not. I mean, yeah, because it's nothing great. But
What they talk about the prosecutor in Fulton County that was trying to lay the.
she's being
No,
accused.
this is the lady from New York.
Oh, okay. This
she's
is the
being
one from New York.
accused of falsifying mortgage
This
documents.
isn't Fanny or whatever that other
no,
lady's name
Letitia
was.
James. Yeah.
So, Brian, this
falsifying
was the
mortgage
one that was
documents.
really after him in New York.
Yeah.
Okay, the African American woman.
Yeah, she's accused of falsifying documents on her own mortgage in Norfolk, Virginia.
Wasn't that very similar to what she was trying Donald Trump on?
Yeah. I mean, look, if people commit crimes, I'm not a tribalist. If people commit crimes, go after them, man.
Well, that's what the difference is that they were saying that they made up crimes for Trump, where hers it's laid out pretty fraudulent. I mean, she said her father was her husband, and that was her primary residence when she was.
So,
living
Brian,
in
let me
New
ask you a
York.
question. When you're filling out a financial instrument form, meaning like a financial form to get qualified to borrow money for a home or for whatever, is it illegal to put fraudulent
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
even if it's just an application to borrow money.
You
That's
can't. Oh, yes, because it's fraud. I mean, fraud is fraud, and it's a crime. And there's certain documents where it matters more than others, and certainly contracts and deals like this with mortgages and things of that nature. It absolutely matters. Now. The flip side of this is, well, did she pay the mortgage back? Could she afford it? Because that was kind of Trump's argument.
No,
It's
she
like,
still
well,
is.
even if she overstated things, as long as it's a victimless crime. No, crime is crime, man. And we don't necessarily have to have a victim and a thing. If she's guilty, then prosecute her. I don't care about Letitia James, and if she's nobody's above the law.
Do they still have the mortgage, or did she pay it off?
No,
or,
they still have the mortgage.
Yeah, so they still have it.
Yeah.
At least Trump. I think Brian, in Trump's instance, he paid back what they claimed he fraudulently.
She's in the process of paying it back. We have no evidence that she's in default.
Little Wilbur's afterbirth, $100.
Thank you so much, Little Wilbur's afterbirth. I got a text from Dion yesterday.
All right.
I'm trying to get him on before the draft. He said he was going to look at his calendar today and give me a yay or a nay if we can squeeze him in next week. I'd love to get him in. I didn't even have the balls to ask for Shador because I think that's a hard no. You guys help me on that.
He's not even going to the draft.
No, I know he's not. But I'm just saying, like, with regards to having Shador on, I think that might even irritate. I think that could potentially irritate Dion if I asked that.
I mean, Shador's busy right now. I know he either did or he's doing a workout for the Giants, and then he's probably going to be wrapped up until the draft starts. So he might have some downtime.
Yeah.
I mean, all the interviews and stuff are gonna end at, and what's he gonna do between now and the draft?
Might be easier to catch him later in the week. I don't know. Is later in the week better than?
I don't know what a star athlete who's about to get drafted into the NFL schedule is like. If he's busy on a Monday or a Thursday, I don't really know.
But do you think? Hold on. My question to you guys is this: do you think the ask would upset Dion?
No. I think I don't, and especially if it's respectfully,
So should I write back, Dion?
Just say any chance I could get both you and Shador.
Oh yeah, and listen, I really do think one of the reasons why, Brian, I think I got a good shot is this, and Seth, everybody can pretty much back me up.
I mean,
on
Travis
this.
Hunter's his son too. You could ask for them all.
Much, yeah.
I'll get Dion Jr. on, who shoots all the videotape. Anybody?
Can I get that punter?
I'll get Bossy, his daughter, on. But here's the one thing. Of the, I talk about them a lot being my friends, but I am personal friends, and I'm not trying to play the name game, and I don't bring it up a lot. Maybe I do, but with Larry Bird, I have a relationship with Larry Bird. I have a relationship, with Deion Sanders. I have a relationship with Tony Stewart. But I don't lean on, I don't go to them a lot to do interviews because we're friends. And I think that helps me out. When I do need an interview with them, they're usually really, really quick to say yes because I'm not wearing them out. I may have them on twice a year. So I think that might help me out by and maybe potentially getting a yes because I don't go to the well with them at all.
Yeah, let's cold call them. I'm joking.
So I did see a TikTok or a Instagram video of Dion canceling practice couple days ago. He was so pissed. People weren't hitting. People weren't doing what they wanted that he said, everybody take your helmets and your shoulder pads off. Go run them over to the sidelines. We're conditioning the rest of practice. Oh, us big. Listen, for the running backs and the wide receivers, that's not really that big a deal. But for us big, heavier dudes, man, running up and down the field, we're us, what did we, Lummy, when you were playing tackle or guard on the D1 level,
yeah.
I mean, you had a distance of about 10 yards that you really, really were just completely going 100%.
Yeah, then you get gassed.
Well, yeah, but not only you get gassed, but, you're not running long distances.
No.
They're conditioning linemen to be quick off the ball. Boom. They want you to be lightning fast for 7 yards. A little bit faster if you're an edge guy. But, if you're a wide receiver, man, I mean, you got to be out there hauling ass all the time.
Yeah, you're not running 10-1-1-10s. I mean,
so but they would make us linemen do,
Well, Lummy is pretty wide, and we know he's a receiver. Yeah. So, hey,
Lummy, what was the worst for us? The worst for me, the worst conditioning thing, they had these things called grass drills.
Yeah.
And you run in place, and they blow the whistle, and you have to hit the ground.
Up downs.
No, then roll on your back, and then back to your chest and up.
Were you able to get off your back, Bubba? Or were you like a turtle?
I sometimes turtled it out.
Have to
They'd be
get that
like,
momentum
"Oh."
side to
They'd be-
side.
Sometimes Coach
Westover would be like, all right, that's supposed to be 15, but it's not because Clem couldn't get over, so that was 14. Everybody blame Clem for 15 not counting. Let's go.
You know how some people train with like flipping those big tires? They just had players flipping you down the field.
All right, listen, guys, we got a new form of training. We're not going to run bleachers today. We're not going to do grass drills. We're going to call it flipping Clem, and Bubba's going to get on his back, and you're going to flip him over, and like a 300-pound tortoise, and we're going to picture him as a 300-pound tortoise.
Don't some of those big
massive
don't
thousands of pounds.
Yeah, let me send me some video, Lummy, of those
or 800 pounds.
I think they get 600-700 pounds, right?
Oh, bigger, 800.
Yeah.
550 pounds.
That's my new nickname, Lummy. I'm the Taurus.
You're the tortoise.
The giant tortoise.
I'm the giant tortoise.
The other
was the Lummy. Did you ever have to run bleachers?
Yeah, bleacher sucks.
Oh my God. Seth, have you ever ran a bleacher?
Yeah, that's why I quit wrestling.
Yeah. You would have probably been a pretty good, if you could have gotten thin enough, because you got a pretty good core strength about you. If you would have been able to get to a low enough weight class, you would have been good.
I think you're underestimating just how rugged Seth was in high school. He wasn't, he was probably.
Listen to me. I think
he was probably $170.
I'm thinking you're underestimating how rugged Seth Kushner is today.
Absolutely not. I know how rugged Seth is.
Every day after the show,
he can hold me down like you wouldn't
I bet
believe.
you he could. Listen, between you two,
wow,
he'd beat you up.
Well, I don't know about that. We'd probably end up making out right in the middle of the fight.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Get a $10 bonus instead.
I just saw the news. You had alluded to that, I believe, last week.
Yeah.
Is that a done deal?
Yep. Done. Absolutely done deal.
Wow.
And just look at it.
I saw it. It's cool. Take me home tonight.
And
I don't want to let you.
And as you saw that, plenty of time to prepare for it. You know what I'm saying?
You see the light. Yeah, absolutely. Take me home tonight. Listen, honey, just like Lummy says, you're the best, Bubba. You're the best, Bubba.
Oh, I did get a few emails on the Brian and Seth karaoke in between Hot Mic. It's very polarizing. A lot of people like it, and a lot of people, it's a tune out.
I want evidence of one person tuning out because we were singing during Hot Mic. I want that person to come forward and explain that they stop listening to the show.
Zero, like slim pickings on the Yippee-O today, Lummy.
Yeah, we've only got $175 so far, guys. Let's step it up.
Okay.
Can barely afford to pay my salary in here. That's how bad it's been today. And I make $0.00.
Hierarchy with $100 on the Bavari tips.
Mr.
Thank you, Hierarchy. Hall of Fame.
Holy
shit.
What happened, buddy?
I just dropped my phone on. Oh, God, man.
Did you break
You're
it?
never gonna get my love.
Hey, did you crack the screen?
No, but man, that might be a replay from.
How did you drop your phone that abrupt?
I was listening to a clip to see if it had cuss words on it.
Oh, you dropped it?
And then it just. Yeah, I don't know why I just did that again, but
you got a protective cover over
I have
it?
no cover.
Oh, that's playing with fire, lover.
We're fire. Look at my phone. It's
I know,
fine.
but Brian, do you have a protective cover over your phone?
Yes.
Yes.
Who runs around?
Seth. He goes around and raw dogs it.
I don't like heavy things in my pocket.
He raw
Heavy
dogs it.
things. Have you heard of Spigen technology? Spigen, it makes the best, most affordable,
Who does?
most effective Spigen phone cases.
Send me a. Hold on. I'm gonna.
Here, I'll hand you my phone case. You
No, I want to go. How do you spell it?
SPIGEN.
SPIGEN.
And they're super cheap and super affordable and super effective. I've used Spigen. I've never had a broken phone.
Hold on.
Look at how light this is.
Oh yeah. Let me see.
And it's got a kickstand.
You know what I like?
A
though?
kickstand?
I like the kind of chargers that have a built-in battery to them.
Oh yeah, that gets girthy and bulky.
It does, but it also will save your fucking ass.
We're gonna do this break.
I broke. Hold on, Brian.
Oh.
I broke it, and there was one of me in it.
Hey, Bubba, I just sent you a...
Is this your flip, Willie?
That's the kickstand. Yeah.
Here's what I do. Look, I got this. I just put the rubber gimmick on there.
Yeah, the rubber gimmick, the silicone. What are you saying, Steph?
I was just telling Sponge, I sent you a clip from Operation Pigmentation of the bondsman telling a story.
Oh, okay. Where did you send it, bud?
I sent it on your IM, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Clips galore. What is that? Is that a site?
That was a porn site.
No, not Clips galore.
Yeah, I think.
No,
so. I think so.
No, Tube galore.
Tube galore.
Oh,
it was Tube galore.
You just wanted me to say Tube galore, you little rascal. You know what the porno sites are.
Sicko.
He's got no filters at work, by the way. He lets his employees let it eat on the internet.
Yeah, why? I mean, who am I to tell them they can't fap it while they're at the office?
They can't jerk off at work.
If rubbing buttons out improves your productivity, then I'm all for it. Oh, what would you like to hear, BPR? Meta-nerd?
What time ever, boy?
I'll make a request for that. What do you want to hear? $50.
All right, BPR.
It's already fucked up, Gary.
What would you like to hear, BPR?
25.
Hurry,
25. We have $25 karaoke request for Brian. Nice. So that's just what it costs you.
I can't stand up right now.
I got
Doug.
50 from BPR, and I don't have a
working
request
on things.
though.
Sorry. Thanks for caring about me sitting or standing.
Josie's on a vacation far away. Come around and talk it over. So many things that.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, I got to tell you, Kristen's, or I should say Tuttle's Kristen's review of Bubba Army Alpha Volume 25 did wonders for us. We blew them out yesterday.
All right.
I think she was getting pheromonal, if you will, in my unisex limited edition. Probably less than 40 bottles left of the Bubba Army Alpha. It's got a kind of a Creed cool water feel to it. Kind of a fresh linen. Brian, did I get you a bottle?
Yes, sir.
Do you like? Honest to God, do you like it?
Yes. It's great.
It's pretty damn good.
And for the price, you can't beat it.
No, you can't. It's got the Bubba Army insignia on the front with the Alpha in the A, and then Volume 25. Next year, of course, will be Volume 26, and then my autograph on the very back. What were you going to say, Lummy?
BPM run number $50, Iggy McGillicuddy $20, and also LM Clothes sent his address. So if we wanted to send him some cologne,
ask him what 20 bottles. You know,
yes, sir.
Ask him what he would like. Tell him I'm not going to charge him anything. We'll just settle up when he sells them.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Tell him to retail it. Well, I think what do we retail? $44.95. What is it on the website?
$39.95.
Yeah.
Is it $39?
Yeah.
What the hell was I thinking there?
This was pre-tariff. Now next year it's going to be $122.
I left a $5 bill on the table. Lummy. Jesus. So anyway, $39.95 is what the retail. I'll have to get LM Clothes where he can make some margins on it. So see what he needs. He did send his address?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Go to Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop, BubbaArmyStore.com. The Bubba Army, of course, the pre-order for the Fat Man Dunks 3. They're selling nice, and they're only going to be available until the 30th of April.
And you're honoring the price despite the fact that they're going to cost you like triple?
Yep.
Wow.
I am.
Might be the first first product you ever take a loss of out of the gate.
I'm telling you right now. So I'm selling them for $139. That's what that's what I usually sell. I think I sold all my shoes for that. And the first two, well, we had three. The Trump-inspired ones, which sold out, and I think we sold for $149. And then the Bubba Fat Man Dunks 2, which I think we sold for $139. I just cannot pass the gouging to the consumer. I'm just going to, probably not take a loss, but it's not going to have near the margins I had with the other ones, just because it's just, they've already contacted me and told me, Lummy, that what I thought I was going to buy my shoes for is now doubled.
Oof.
Doubled.
T-shirt will $20. Yeah.
Doubled.
Yeah, but it's helping America, Bubba. So thank you. You're a patriot.
Sure.
Little Wilbur's Afterbirth, $100.
Yeah, it was slow, and now it seems to be picking up. I haven't checked PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Let me see here. I don't think I have anything. I think PayPal's dry.
You're saying it's slow. We're at like 300 before 7:30, dude.
Well, I'm talking about
it's like Monday, Tuesday combined, homie.
I only monitor PayPal, so Lummy's said the other ones are really, really hot. Anything on Bubba Army tips today, Lummy?
Yeah, that's hierarchy with 100 and Neil Mountain Zero 150.
Yeah, man,
love you, Harvey. Love you, Neil.
The big time know where to go.
Listen,
send the money.
Jade, I never have liked J.D. Vance. I never have.
Mm-mm.
And he's the former governor. Is he the former governor of Ohio?
I think it was a senator from there.
Senator, right? I have never liked him. I never will like him. I don't like him. I wanted Tulsi Gabbard in that spot. Now maybe that's a stupid thing for me to say. Most Republicans and conservatives probably would disagree with me, and they feel J.D. Vance is a better pick. I don't think so. I like Tulsi Gabbard, but J.D. Vance could not look like more of a buffoon. This is almost like a Tim Walz type move. We all know that Tim Walz, the running mate of Kamala Harris, was a complete buffoon and is. But so Ohio State, the team, which, by the way, is JD's home state.
Yes.
So you'd think you'd be on your best behavior or have your act together. Every national championship or NASCAR winner or any champion of any major sporting franchise or even pop culture stuff like Kid Rock and Bill Maher. I mean, Trump is a very, very letting almost anybody come to the White House. and like the teacher of the year of Edgewood Elementary School of Warsaw, Indiana might get an invitation. Like, it's just crazy. So Ohio State, of course, won the national championship in football. And they had their White House meeting or, gathering, if you will, a few days ago. Was it Friday?
I think Monday.
Yeah. And so usually, it's my understanding, I've seen enough of these, that usually it's not a vice presidential thing.
They were both there.
No. On this one they were, but like years, if I think back, and Brian, maybe you can help me, I don't really remember the vice president. I think they call the vice president up saying, this is a presidential thing. We don't need you. Now,
but probably if it's his home state, that's why.
Oh, you know what? You're right.
Like little Marco maybe at when the Gators come. You never know.
And maybe Pam Bondi too.
Yeah.
So you're right. So now I understand why J.D. Vance was there, because it's his. So I get it. But if you were the vice president, well, like for instance, Pence from Indiana. They may not, in Ohio State, by the way, killed.
Well, we got to be real here. We're talking about winning championships.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody from the state of Indiana is doing anything.
Well, I mean, listen, buddy, you can be a dick, and they may have gotten their asses kicked, and they may have had a soft schedule, but IU made it to the college playoffs. Give me that at least.
Yeah,
give it to me.
Everything you said was factually correct there.
Yeah. They had a soft schedule.
I forgot that they went, though.
Yeah. They got embarrassed.
They got exposed.
You
is what
should.
happened.
Well, they got exposed.
Yeah.
They got exposed in the season with their only loss being to Ohio State when Ohio State had just an absolute track meet on them. So anyway, make a long story short, I understand why J.D. Vance is there now because he's from Ohio. Ohio State's there. Probably in other celebrating type championship moments, the vice president, can attend, but certainly him or her would certainly attend if it's from their home state. You know what I'm saying? I get it. So can you look any dumber? I had it here in a minute. Where was it? Is it here? Damn, let me, I had it ready to go.
It's up on your screen.
Is this it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, the Ohio State football team is at the White House today celebrating the Buckeyes' national championship win.
I just want to tell you something, JD. Don't touch the trophy, okay? Just leave the trophy alone.
So moments ago, the White House pool cameras captured a series.
Was I think the 2 back-to-back championships, the Lightning one, were during the Biden administration, I think. Were they not?
Yeah. It was during COVID too, but they ended up going.
Yeah, no, they went. They
well,
went.
the first one was during Trump, and then the second one was during Biden.
Did they go see Trump?
No, I think it was when Biden was there.
Serious
Yeah, it was
fumble.
that next year. Yeah, that's
look.
right.
All right, so now it's my understanding. So they're playing We Are the Champions.
Why is he even touching it?
Well,
good point.
I don't know.
I mean, that's my question.
I mean, listen, it's appropriate for Trump to be holding a Ohio State helmet, and then it looks like maybe somebody from Ohio State has an Ohio State jersey that says Trump 47.
Oh, that looks like Jack Sawyer.
And then they got the national championship trophy.
Strauss TV, $10
on like this little desk. Now, I've read up on it and the fact that J.D. Vance actually didn't break it because the trophy comes in 2 parts. It's a big wood base, and then this.
Did it used to be like a crystal football or something?
Yeah, I think they've changed it.
They have changed
That's
it.
horrible looking now.
I want to go back to the crystal football. So they have this big metal part that fits inside of this slot but the trophy, if you don't hold it correctly and you go to pick it up from the top, it comes apart. Now it doesn't break, but it looks like it breaks because all you got to do is just stick the peg back into the post. So J.D. Vance made a complete ass out of himself. Watch. Oh. Now, what he might have damaged is he may have damaged the base because it looks to be like it's concrete there.
Oh, they'll get a new one. They'll get a new one.
See,
if you grab it by the base, no trouble if you grab it by the base.
All about the base, no trouble. Grab it by the base, no trouble.
Exactly.
It's all about the base.
But you can hear them if you just go back. I didn't know. This is the first time I heard where you can hear the crowd react.
Oh, I know. Listen. Yeah, you can hear. Oh!
What do you think Trump's thinking right there?
I just want to let you know,
Dumbass.
JD really bit the big one there. JD, we need to have a meeting in my office. From now on, don't touch the trophies. It's further for me. You could see that I only had the helmet.
Maybe you should be wearing the helmet, JD. People are saying maybe you're a little slow.
Maybe you're on the spectrum like Barron. Maybe you need to be wearing a helmet. Let me tell you something, JD. Maybe you need to let just sit there and look pretty. No touching the trophies for you anymore, JD. I mean, Brian, that base takes a hell of a lick on straight concrete. That's straight. It had to gouge up that wood in some way, shape, or form.
It's a funny moment. I like it.
Or maybe they leave it gouged and it's forever like a blemish that is historical, right?
It sits in Ohio State.
So it sits in this trophy case and it has like a blemished, kind of cracked, scuffed up backside to it. And they're like, yeah, you know what? The NCAA said they were going to give us a new base, but that was actually caused by the Vice President of the United States.
I actually heard a report that J.D. Vance actually used his eyeliner to just cover up the scuff. So color matched perfectly.
Can't the man just have nice eyes?
Yeah.
Hey, listen, man.
The C Morning Zoo on Z100.
They set him up for failure there. But I don't think anybody was asking him to pick it up.
No, I don't think on
What's
any.
Ryan Day
don't-
gonna do?
I don't think on any part of the ceremonies they had a scripted. Look, now, if you guys look, Trump looks mad as hell. Look at him.
He's looking over like,
Just
what?
want to let
in
you
the
know. You know
hell?
what this did? You know what this did, JD? It took it away from the actual spotlight of me. Everybody was paying attention to you drop like a buffoon. I don't know if I'm going to have you back for any more ceremonies. You better hope no team from Ohio wins anything ever again during these next 3 years.
I could see this happening to a lot of people, but I can't actually see Trump dropping the trophy if he had the chance.
And, here's the deal. The handlers, they remember yesterday, Seth, how we talked about, they probably have handlers that whisper in their ear saying, listen, you're approaching a woman, her name is Letitia. She's the
or like this. Hey, this is Ryan Day. He's the head coach. You're standing next to Jack Sawyer. He's the captain. He's about to get drafted. You let him know what's going on.
Listen, the trophy comes in 2 pieces. So if you try to attempt to lift the trophy, make sure you grab it by the base, no trouble. And it won't, but if you grab it from the top, it's going to fall and make you look stupid, which is going to piss off Donnie. Okay? What if they call Donald Donnie behind his back? I wonder what the people that work for his administration that get in trouble and get yelled at. I wonder what his nickname is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure you guys have a nickname for me. I'm sure you do.
What?
Like asshole, fat ass. I'm sure.
I mean,
it all applies. Hello, who's this?
Synonyms.
Hey, Bubba, this is Barry from Largo.
Hey, Barry, how you doing?
All right, I just wanted you to know, in case no one's called you guys, there's a horrible buzzing sound every one of your microphones when you guys were talking on the Big 8.
I just noticed a horrible sound about 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, well, Brian, that's just you being you.
That's
Got him.
I'm glad a listener can finally understand Brian's very dry, cynical, and sometimes not appropriate humor. But so we're having a big Macho Man. Are you familiar with the buzzing sound on the Big 8? If not, let's get a hold of Woody. We probably got an Optimod
brother.
All right, buddy.
Is it the AM or the FM?
Is it the AM or FM?
FM.
98.3 over in Pinellas, or are you at 96.7 in Hillsborough?
Left speaker or right speaker,
98.3.
sir? Left speaker or right speaker?
Both.
All right, I'll check it.
Brian, come on.
All right,
now.
so we got exactly. He said, "Brian, come on now. You're killing me."
He's trying to help.
We
Brian.
appreciate you, buddy. You're a good listener. In fact, I'm going to invite you to. No, I'm just joking.
In fact, Brian's going to give you 20% off your next consultation with him. Okay,
no, I'm going to give you 20% off your next bottle of Bubba Army Alpha.
No, you're not doing that.
Promo code smells good.
Listen, sir, thank you for the heads up that we got a buzzing sound on our 98.3 FM receiver over in Pinellas County, which is what you should be listening to us for. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Yes.
Greg from Canada, $30.
Man,
Canadian.
let me. Everybody, it seems like it's all about everything but the PayPal, which is fine. It all goes to the same fund, but the PayPal, I feel affectionately, is kind of my gig because I'm the one that takes care of that.
Man, it's so weird that you're uptight where the money comes from.
It is fascinating, isn't it? Isn't it fascinating?
I just want to.
How the narcissism never ends.
I am in charge of the PayPal. It'd be nice to see like a little $10 bill come over there. Okay?
What do you care where the money comes from?
Because it doesn't give me an opportunity to shout anything out. I'd like to shout a few things out.
Just make one up.
I'm not going to make one.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. $8 from Elise Kushner. Sorry, there we go.
There we go.
I mean, that's what people do in radio. They go, I got to go to line 26 right now.
Yeah,
There's 5 lines.
I started that, by the way.
Oh, did you?
Yes, in Tampa.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. With that's how...
well, Calta took it from you. I was like, I'm in that studio every day, and I do not see 30 lines.
Calta took it from you. He's going to be on his... It would be on his headstone, but Calta took it from him.
I mean, Calta... hold on. Everybody stop. The lawyer segment, right?
Ding, ding, ding.
I mean,
oh, boy. We're going down a rabbit hole. Thanks, Seth.
No, we're not. But he was my intern when I was in the Power Pig. Line 5 would be 15. Line 4 would be 14. My guys knew that when you just drop the minus 10, and that's the phone. That's the line that I really needed. Hello.
Like the age of the girls.
Hey, what's up, Bubba? It's Brandon the Quad.
Hi, Brandon the Quad. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. I got my own trophy story, kind of.
Let me, our buddy Napa Mike.
Yes.
Ordered my Alpha and my Fat Man Dunks 2 days ago.
Awesome.
Love you, Napa Know-How.
That deserved an air horn?
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Fat Man Dunks, Alpha, and a $50 donation.
Oh, 50.
$50.
I think you buried the lead on that one, Bubba.
Well, you're right. 50 bucks, Alpha, and Fat Man Ducks, and then the Glow Bug.
Yeah, right.
Came in with a 25er. Thank you. Love you both more than you know. So, Brandon the Quad, you got what now?
When I was in college, do you remember when the Packers won the Super Bowl in 2010?
Yep.
One of my professors had a replica Lombardi trophy made out of plaster, and I asked him if I could pick it up, and I dropped it and smashed it all over the floor on accident.
Well, let me tell you this. He was asking for it, okay? I'm not handing you my newborn baby, Brandon.
Love me. Chuck and Leslie, $10 bill on PayPal. Love them.
Oh, God.
So hold on now. So here you are. You're all quadded out. You're in your, Stephen Scott.
Oh, God.
Former Rumble guy.
All right.
$10 bill on PayPal. Thank you. Love you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, at the Bubba Army. So you're all quadded out. You're in your wheelchair. You got your Cobra and the whole 9 yards. Yeah. You're in the public school system. One of your teachers had
at a community college.
Community college. One of your teachers had a replica, like a plaster kind of gimmick of the Lombardi Trophy, and anybody who wanted to look at it could look at it. The guy with the quadruple, that's almost on the teacher. He should know not to hand it to the quad.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have good grip on.
Maybe you want to give him a thrill.
The only thing you can grip good is a beer bottle. I mean, you can hold a beer bottle with the best of them, but that's it.
Yeah. But I dropped it and smashed it all over the floor on accident, and he did say, "Oh, that's my fault."
Yeah. I mean, you can't blame the kid in that instance.
Well, you can't blame the handicapped kid, of course. You know what I'm saying? Especially the quad, who's in a wheelchair.
Yeah. But he said it cost like $200 to have it made.
Anyway, thank you, Brandon the Quad. We love you, buddy.
All right, we'll do. Bye.
See you later.
So JD the Quad broke the trophy.
And if you look at here, it looks like he actually is perturbed and mad about it. Watch him. Well, hold on. Look at him. He's like, what?
He said, give me that, because he realized what an idiot he looked like. So now he's trying to cover it up.
But would you guys ever really think that a trophy came in 2 parts?
I think he's saying, I'm going to get with Don and see if we can do some type of presidential.
Well, this is the important part. It looks like it's.
So listen, by the way, he doesn't even put it back on the base. He just holds the half part of it.
That's right.
He has no business touching that trophy.
Trump was presented with a Buckeyes jersey with his name and presidential number 47 on the back.
Man.
J.D. Vance, what an idiot.
Tool.
Now, when I get back, remember this guy, Lummy, this Carmelo
Anthony.
Yes. He's the guy that stabbed this kid at a track meet. So this kid him and his brother were twins. They were good kids. They were standout football players. And they were at a track meet. I think they were either. I don't know if they were participating. It's a high school track.
Well, he was on the football team, so I don't know that if he was on the track.
That's
team
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't know that they were participating or they were just under this particular tent. And this tent was for, obviously.
I think the one brother was he was on the track team.
So the story goes, this African American dude here decides he wants to go underneath this sun protective
Well, he may have
tent.
known somebody else. It was starting to rain, and he may have known somebody else at that other high school and been friends with them. That's some of the reports that I was hearing is that he was over there talking to another friend.
The African American guy?
Yes.
Okay. And some type of scuffle.
So the Austin kid comes up to him
This kid right here.
You don't go here. You have to get out from under this tent. And the kid says, no, I'm not leaving. And he goes, I'm going to make you leave. And he says, put your hands on me and see what happens. So he reaches into his backpack and starts fumbling around in his backpack. Well, this kid didn't.
Hold on. The African-American kid reaches in his backpack and starts fumbling around in the back after he told the white kid, put your hands on me and see what happens.
Because the white kid had said he was going to make him leave and put his hands on him.
Okay.
So the white kid Austin starts pushing Carmelo and shoving him, and Carmelo pulls out a knife and stabs him one time in the chest.
Now, does that, you know a lot more about it, and we're going to talk about it, does that warrant a self-defense gimmick?
I mean, stand your ground.
Do you bring a knife to a
shove fight?
To a shove fight.
Well, that becomes the question, and that's why these stand your ground law cases are so interesting and frustrating, and sometimes we question the law because how much force. It doesn't say you have to use reasonable force. It says that if you are in fear, if you have a reasonable fear for your own safety and well-being.
Well, isn't life?
Wait, are you allowed to bring a knife to school?
It depends on the size of the blade in Texas. If it's bigger than 5.5 inches, then he couldn't have it. And then it becomes a felony, and then stand your ground.
Doesn't apply.
Well, it becomes a question of, is he in the act of committing a felony at the time that he's alleging to stand his ground? It's a very complicated, this is a law school test question. It's a very complicated, convoluted situation.
This isn't
it isn't very clear cut.
There's probably a lot of law school professors right now that are walking through this case with their class, right, and using this as a learning experience, correct?
Yes. I mean it's a perfect example of the complexities of having stand your ground laws.
To me, I've always been told, and whether this is a law or it's just old school or it's the way that your gun permit wording, that when you sign a concealed weapons permit, that you cannot exceed you can't grossly exceed the amount of force.
That's the way it used to be. And there used to be a retreat rule. If you could safely retreat, you were required to do it.
Okay.
But stand your ground laws have changed that now, and it eliminated the requirement to retreat. So in Texas, their self-defense, a person must have a legal right to be present at the location where the force is used. He had a legal right to be there. Just because it's their tent set up in the stands does not mean he's trespassing. Okay, that's number one. The individual must not be engaged in criminal activity at the time of the incident.
Is this the stand your ground law?
Yes, these are the doctrines that must be there.
Would you start from the top again? This is the stand your These
are the elements of the stand your ground defense in Texas.
Okay, go ahead. In Texas.
Yes.
By the way, Macho Man found the problem on 98.3. It has been remedied.
We had a B in the studio.
Right.
A person must have a legal right to be present at the location where the force is used.
Okay, so the African American gentleman did.
The individual must not be engaged in criminal activity at the time of the incident.
He was not.
The question of the length of the knife blade could come into play there.
So you're saying that if he is in his backpack just possessing a blade over 5.5 inches is a criminal act?
Yes.
If it's under 5.5 inches, it is not a criminal act.
Correct.
So they have to make that determination, correct?
And then the question then is
because if it is over
that's the first question.
Okay.
And then the second question is that considered is a possession of something being considered being engaged in the crime. So I think what was contemplated when they say be engaged in a crime, robbing a car. That like if somebody comes up to me while I'm robbing somebody else's car, I'm engaged in a crime in that moment.
Well,
so it becomes kind of a gray area. I don't know the answer to it.
I just fundamentally cannot wrap my head around. First of all, both of these kids were of equal size. In fact, the white kid might have been a little bit bigger. But I mean, there wasn't a big. It wasn't me fighting Shaq. You know what I'm saying? Like there wasn't a huge size disparagement enough to make it like an unfair shoving match.
Grouper Lips, $50.
At the amount of, thank you, Grouper Lips, love you. The amount of force shown by the white guy that got killed was a shove, correct? The only thing he did.
That's all I heard is that he was shoving him, pushing him.
He shoved him.
Yeah.
I've always, and again, this is not stand your ground law. This is just common sense and various, verbiage that is on the back of concealed weapons permit and things like that. With the concealed weapons permit, Brian, I think there is still the retreat aspect of it. If you have the ability to distance yourself from the threat, and the threat's not trying to hurt somebody else, that you cannot shoot them. For instance, I think some of the example they used when I took my course was, it was two different examples. You walk into a convenience store and a guy has a gun and he's robbing the place, and he has a gun pointed to the person behind the counter. You have the ability to not walk in there.
No, you can use deadly force in protecting others.
But if they didn't have the gun, if they just had the gun on their side and weren't brandishing it pointed towards the teller, I think that I think that you can't shoot them.
Well, that becomes a question. That you're really taking a chance if you do in that situation. If they're not actively threatening anybody's life, I mean, that becomes a question there. So then, must have a reasonable belief that force is immediately necessary to prevent harm or a violent crime. In that instance, where he's going to get jammed up is the use of deadly force.
You're talking about the African-American gentleman.
They do not have a duty to retreat. So it eliminates the duty to retreat, and it says reasonable belief that force is necessary to prevent harm or a violent crime. Now, deadly force at that point has to involve protecting themselves from somebody attempting to use deadly force, commit an aggravated robbery, murder, sexual assault, or other violent felony, or to stop an intruder from unlawfully entering. So
none of that applies.
So that's going to be the issue there, is if they determine that he used deadly force, it's not going to apply if he thinks he's the initial aggressor. If he's the initial aggressor, it doesn't apply. So you can't go up, pick a fight, have somebody starts defending themselves, and then you use deadly force.
Well, that's not the case here.
That's not the case.
By the way, Stephen Scott, Lummy, Michael Bourne, and Travis D. Rosas, who I think is new money, all stepped up on the PayPal Willie. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. It's really coming in now. Brian, the babyface, is bringing it in. So, Brian, can we start kind of peeling this onion back a little bit from the information and news stories that we have? The Carmelo Anthony guy, Carmelo Anthony guy, the African American man who stabbed the white kid in Texas at a track meet, was released on bond.
They lowered his bond from $1 million down to $250,000.
Really?
Yeah.
So that means his mom and dad got to come up with $25,000.
And the community did, and he's out, or his parents did.
What's the general consensus of the community? Have you seen any reports about that?
It's pretty split. There's people that think that he was defending himself. There's people that think he committed murder. It's split. And I got to say, it's the whether or not I don't think the use of deadly force was justified at the point in time that he used it. I think if the Austin kid ended up, starting to actually strike him and punch him, then it would be justified. But I think the problem that he has, I think he had the right to defend himself. Okay? I don't think anybody would question that. Somebody comes up to you, yells at you, starts shoving you. You're not doing anything wrong. You have the right to defend yourself. The question becomes, did he have to stab the kid in the chest? Was he at a point where his life was in danger and he was in fear of serious bodily harm at that point in time? And I don't think that he was.
I don't either. The other thing is this, before I let you go and go into words, let's switch this. And it's a African-American guy who kills a white kid. I'm sorry, it's a white kid who kills an African-American kid. Don't we have a complete different?
What do we have?
I don't. It doesn't change anything. It's a kid killing a kid to me. I don't think the race matters in this instance.
I do. I think.
Why?
I think it's less of an issue.
It's a pretty big issue. He's being charged with murder. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not. I don't know how it's less of an issue.
I think it becomes a hate crime as soon as the white guy kills the black guy.
I mean, is he yelling out the N-word beforehand?
I don't know.
You know, I don't
know.
Well, no, if it's the same situation, right? No words, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see a difference.
They would make it. They would try to make it. They, our society, our soft Me Too.
Well, aren't you part of the they?
Well, me, I'm soft. I'm woke.
No, I'm saying is like you're making this about race.
No, I'm not. I only.
You referred to him as the black kid and the white kid.
That's
and then you said if roles were reversed, the white kid would be in more trouble.
I'm pontificating. I'm in asking in question form. Would it be a bigger, a public outcry and bigger demonstrations and people in the streets and going crazy had the black kid got killed and it was the white guy who did it? Well, you know what? It was simply a question.
Yeah, I think the media fans these flames, and we're playing right into the Russians' hands with all of this.
We'll get to this. We'll break this down. Also, from a lawyer's perspective next. Hold on.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
It closes it because the question is
I'm saying the
engaged
discussion
in a crime is possession being engaged? I mean, I think.
But I'm saying the discussion because if it's bigger, then he shouldn't have had it.
Yeah. No, I agree. It definitely matters.
Shut up, Brian. Thank you everyone on the PayPal. There would be probably a bigger public outcry if it was reversed. You are correct. Thomas Gibson. Good morning. John Costica, what's up?
What's up, Johnny K?
Well, a lot of people in chat said, yeah, you're right, because there probably would be riots, there'd be protests, there'd be the public outcry would be bigger than what it is right now.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Chat's agreeing with you. Thumbs up, everybody. Where we at? What's up, Brandon J? Rolling.
Tell them about that bass, no trouble. Thank you to everybody on the PayPal. I feel so much better about myself. Thank you. Thank you, Travis. I think Travis is new money.
What's up, Ellen Close?
Yeah. I don't.
Blinded by the light.
It's tough when a person gets to a point where they think they're part of the show.
Wrapped up like a deuce, another runner in the night. Blinded.
Who sings it?
Manfred Mann.
There you go.
Please, tell me another lawyer, part-time radio DJ, most over guy in the world who would know Manfred Mann.
In a black dress. Who sings it?
What?
She was a long, cool woman in a black dress.
Again, I am to that Operation Mutation.
I don't know,
if you need
who
some
is that
funnies.
I'm going to do it.
If you need a funny
I got
thing.
it.
Who was it?
The Hollies. Long, cool woman in a black
The
dress.
Hollies, oh.
1973. I got it in my queue, Seth.
Okay, no worries.
I got it in my queue.
I'll chill.
All right, here we go, Lovey.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I would like everybody to take note, and let me, as we, the Diacos now know this, Tuttle now knows this, and then I'll let, Lasker never, ever, ever has left Steps. He does a lot of business with Steps. But I strayed away. I was a Steps towing guy for 15 years, and then I was erroneously strayed away by a person, and I've since reconnected with Todd Stepp, and now, Steps is the official, whether you got a flat tire, a lockout, out of gas, a wreck.
A lot of people are saying you're out of gas.
Well, maybe I need to have Steps Towing come pull my flatbed my ass out of the studio. Thank you.
I'm not. Just a lot of people are.
800-330-8651. I'm getting with Todd Steps here soon. I don't know how many wreckers they have.
Get to Steppin' with Steps Towing.
Jesus,
but let me stop. They have a lot of infrastructure to be able to set up a promo code for just every Tom, Dick, and Harry that calls Steps Towing's dispatch. So Todd Steps is getting with his programmer and stuff like that. So the media, when somebody calls, Bubba Army calls from Steps Towing, they can say, hey, I'm going to use the Bubba Army promo code, and that'll get you like 10% off your towing bill.
They have over 200.
Yeah.
Which makes them one of the largest in the nation.
They're one of the largest in the nation.
And you said you were giving us the head guy's number to call if we're ever in trouble, right?
Well, I'm not going to give you Todd's
Didn't they
number.
used to tow your floats and stuff?
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, no. They didn't tow my floats. They have floats. This is brilliant. Brian, if you go to Steps Corporate, where their main location is, they have this.
It's undisclosed, right? Nobody really knows where it is.
I mean, nobody needs to know where their main location is, where they work on their wreckers and store stuff and stuff like that.
Is that where they repo cars too?
Yeah,
is that why it's secret?
Well, yeah, they have a huge impound lot there. But what they do have is they probably have a 80 by 300, like almost the size of a football field pole barn. And what they've done over the years, listen to this, Brian, this is ingenious. And this was Todd Stepp's idea. Because Tampa has so many festivals, from having, I think what they call now, I think St. Pete Gay Pride might be the second biggest gay pride festival in America.
Oh, it's getting up there.
Right. So, I mean, between that, you got Guavaween, you got Gasparilla. I mean, Brian, we're a very...
Strawberry Festival.
We got
very parade for that, right?
This area is a very parade-centric area. And so they went out, Todd Steps went out and built like 10 or 12 floats on major, like semi chassis. Let me like the one we had for the Gay Pride deal. It was a pirate ship, and Brian, they have all of their floats that they have bathrooms.
Oh, they're legitimate.
Oh yeah, I mean they have bathrooms, they have running water, they have and they tow it with their tow truck. But all these Gasparilla crews that we have here in Tampa, those aren't their floats. They rent them from Steps. Steps rents parade floats.
Genius.
Brilliant. He said after 2 years, he had them all paid. He's had them for 15 years. and he had them pay. They completely paid for themselves in 2 years. Isn't that brilliant?
Wow.
I mean, and here's the thing: if you're an organization and you want to be in a parade, you
hit up Steps Towing.
No, but here's the deal: like, you don't even know where to begin to get a float, right? Like,
I do.
Well, call Steps Towing.
That's it. 10% off your floats with your Bubba promo.
800-330-8651. Steps Towing. Yeah, man, I'd like to rent me a float for the gay pride deal. Okay, let me send you to the float rental.
I mean, some floats, they're all different because at the Gay Pride Parade, they had not the team, but like the brand of gays, the Bears. They had them come by, and it was the whole Bears crew, and they were all obviously shirtless, and they were showering.
But
they had live showers on the float.
Listen, Steps.
Do they got that?
Hold on. All 10 floats are different. Like,
why need the shower float?
Well, they probably have a shower float.
Okay.
But they also have, like, you can shoot confetti off in the cannons on the side of the float, too. And they got a float that has an upper deck to it. And all floats have running water and bathrooms. Like, it's unbelievable. So
I'm
anyway,
sold.
So anyway,
can we organize a parade, Bubba? I think this is a good idea for you.
Here's the deal.
A
One
straight
parade?
white man. No, a straight white male parade.
No,
come on.
We would have to pick between.
Let's do it, Bubba.
Brian, shut up.
Okay.
Let me talk.
Sorry.
One, I used a Steps float for the Gay Pride Parade in St. Pete. I tried to support the gays. I wanted them to know that the show is gay friendly, and I will never do that again.
Why? What was your mistake?
It had nothing to do with the people. It had nothing to do with gay people. It had everything to do with the organizers. They are so unorganized that they make you get to the staging area by 4 o'clock, and we didn't pull out and start the parade until 10:15. And you're just, a couple hours is one thing, but 6 is another. But I have been, when I was at the Power Pig and 98 Rock and what have you, I did participate in the Guavaween. That seems to be a pretty good parade and fairly organized. We'd have to pick between if we'd want to do a Bubba float on Gasparilla or Guavaween. I got to think in today's age, it would be good content.
Oh, 100%.
You can almost be live the entire time.
Oh, yeah.
So, Brian, of the two, Guavaween being in the fall, Gasparilla being in the winter / I think Guavaween would probably be the better call. What would Gasparilla's
the bigger event.
Is it?
Yeah, Gasparilla's
much
the third,
bigger.
Gasparilla's the third largest parade in the nation.
Okay, then it's Gasparilla. But here's the deal: I'm gonna have to get a hold of Todd Steps, and I guarantee all 13 floats are. I guarantee you there's 2 or 3 year waiting lists.
But you can't just get in a parade. How do you?
You just have to apply permit with the sponsors.
Nope.
No, you have to.
Hold on. iHeart locked up the parade rights. You have to go through iHeart. It was my understanding that iHeart locked up the Gasparilla. I'm sorry, the Gasparilla parade deal where they have the rights to it to keep other radio stations out. Now, I could be completely wrong on that, but
I heard Bruce Midori had it.
You did?
Yeah.
Genesis Broadcasting
right. has it this year.
So let me. And the other problem is, I don't think Todd has. Todd.
They're saying Guavaween doesn't exist anymore, Bubba.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's done.
Okay, so
COVID probably canceled it.
Yeah. So Gasparilla, I know, is around. And the two problems. One, I don't know if iHeart has the rights to it, and you can even get into it. You know what? We'd have to kayfabe what our name was.
Well, it looks like you can get into it, but how they'd probably do it is they probably put us in the back. We'd probably
so
be the
what?
last
The
person.
back is one of the best spots.
But that's what Bubba didn't like because we waited around the whole time.
Wow, this is ridiculous.
No, here's what happens,
Why am
Brian?
I not the chairman of the Gay Pride Parade?
They put you in the back, and then your float kind of gets distanced from the the parades. Nobody watches the last 2 floats.
This is the gayest parade I've ever been in.
Even though it's a gay parade.
Well, it's gayer than that.
Anyway, here's the problem we probably have. Gasparilla is the biggest event in Tampa, and you don't think that Todd Stepp doesn't have a 5-year waiting list on all 13 of his floats?
Only one way to find out, buddy.
800-330-8651. It's the official tow truck, lockout, run out of gas.
I still say you should organize your own straight white male parade and see, what happens. Yeah, get a permit, set it up in downtown.
Who wants to go to that?
No.
People only go to Gasparilla to see girls whip out their jugs.
Well, what do you think a straight white male parade's going to have?
Wieners?
No.
What?
Yeah, but they're white.
We're celebrating straight white men by having women scantily clad.
Okay, whatever. Let's move on to our to the case.
The Dollhouse will have a float. The Penthouse Club will have a float. The Pink Pony Club will have a float, and Chapel Rowan will be singing on it.
Why don't we just have?
This is going to be one of the biggest events ever.
Why don't we have a strip club float?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, a strip club parade.
It sounds like a great idea.
All right. So anyway,
just got to apply for a permit.
The Blizzard can do it. Okay.
I'm friends with Iorio. Her and I go to the same barber.
Oh, you and Pam?
You mean Jane?
Oh, Jane Castor. Sorry.
You don't even know who our mayor is. Get the hell out of here.
Pam Iorio thinks good though because she's got such a curly fro as a white woman.
She's a perm.
She goes to the same barber as MJ.
Right. So, talking about the African American man. High schooler, Carmelo Anthony, who stabbed another student at a track meet. He posted bond yesterday. There's information coming out about this Anthony kid. I guess his family is renting a $900,000 home in a gated community, and they bought a new car, a new Escalade.
Well, you got to be safe when you drive around.
Yeah. And have they set up a GoFundMe account?
Oh yeah, I think they raised over $500,000.
So, and aren't they alleging now that some of the funds for the GoFundMe account were used to purchase the Escalade?
Yes.
So they set up a GoFundMe account. People are actually supporting this kid.
Well, do you remember Kyle Rittenhouse, dude?
Yeah.
How much did he raise with his GoFundMe?
I don't know.
Look, I'm not saying. Look, if people are stupid enough to donate to any of these funds, that's fine. That's their choice. But I don't recall you coming out against that one so much. So
I don't know. What did he do wrong?
He shot and killed two people.
But didn't one guy have a gun? Wasn't he being attacked?
Wasn't this kid being attacked?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. I know, I'm agreeing with you.
I'm not. I'm just saying GoFundMes in general, I think, are stupid in these situations. But I'm just be equal. Be equal.
Here is I think this is the Carmelo Anthony guy walking out after having posted bond. I think. Do I got volume on this? I don't think I have volume on this. Oh, there it is.
We're up.
Oh, damn. She got close.
Yeah, she came rolling in hard. Wow. She was more aggressive than the white kid.
We're up.
She actually grabs, this might be his dad or counsel.
It's a counsel.
It looks like she grabs his shoulder. That'll get you choked out at a radio promotion.
Why were you armed? Carmelo, why were you armed at school? Explain your self-defense. How is this self-defense?
Telemundo's really coming in.
She's got two. She's doing it for Channel 5 and Telemundo.
Right, she's gonna.
No, she's Telemundo on both.
So, Lummy, did they upgrade from a Suburban to an Escalade?
Yeah.
Nice Suburban.
Well, I saw the title of the article said that he was living in a $900,000 house.
Yeah.
Was that after the GoFundMe?
No, that's.
They just started running
that fairly recent.
After the GoFundMe. I guess all this is
after the GoFundMe. Let me find me an article on the things that they've purchased post GoFundMe. Or maybe this will get. I don't know what this is. I think maybe this is just the footage of him. Yeah, this is just again. They repeat it.
We love these stories when race is involved. When they're two different colored people, it makes it much more exciting. If it was a white kid that stabbed another white kid, we'd barely hear about it.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's a black kid that stabbed another black kid, wouldn't even make the news.
But if it was the white kid who stabbed the black kid, it would be even more of a salacious story.
I don't know, man.
I think
this is pretty big news. You're talking about it.
Even chat agrees with me.
Well, chat's pretty level and even keeled, so you got me there, buddy.
I mean, chat doesn't usually ever side with me. I mean,
I sent you an article on it.
You did?
Yes.
Seth wanted me to play this. Says it's funnier in hell. This.
Oh well, now geez, now
Operation Pigmentation. One of our
Speaking
hottest.
of race,
one of our hottest. What shows you how unracial we are, and the fact that we're so diverse, and the fact that we give everybody a chance.
I'm so unracial. I didn't even know 25 Cent was black until somebody told me. That's how I don't even see color. I didn't refer to him as my black guy.
The Z Morning Zoo on Z100.
So we have a podcast. It's part of our podcast Hopper family called Operation Pigmentation, and directed by Seth Kushner, and the two stars of the show being Rio and Craig. They're a couple Southside barbers. Well, they own, or I think Craig owns, Latin Sons.
Yes.
It's a old school, Southside, predominantly African American barbershop. And everything that you would think that would happen at an African American barbershop, from the stereotypical things that you've probably watched and stuff like that, it is. They cut it up, they talk crap. There's no, I mean, everything is fair game to talk about. There's no secret or there's nothing that you can't talk about. It's like, men bull crapping while they're getting a haircut.
Oh, you don't talk about gay stuff in a black barber shop.
Yeah, I was
I was gonna say, there is one thing you don't talk about in a black barber shop.
You can bring it up and they'd be like, man, get that junk out of here. But anyway, so Rio and Craig are the two dudes there. Craig
so
owns
cringe.
it. And they bring in occasionally a guest. And they brought in their buddy, who's a bail bondsman. And that was their guest this past Tuesday. Here is an excerpt of some of the things that he was talking about.
One time, me and my boy Bryce, we had went to arrest this little white girl.
Hell yeah.
Little crackhead white girl, man. She behind
crackhead white girl.
behind the refrigerator. We had that white girl, man. She behind the refrigerator. We don't search. The place ain't nothing but a one bedroom efficiency.
So
we
y'all
don't search everything. The bed on the floor, so you even gotta look under there. So we don't check the cabinets up there.
Seth, I think your assessment that this guy needs to be in the show more is dead on.
After 24 seconds, you're in.
That's all I need to see. I know talent.
I can just tell. Yeah, I do. I do know the it factor. This guy in his explanation of picking up a white crack girl.
Well, this is when, because he's a bondsman, this is when he had to do the Dog the Bounty Hunter stuff.
Right. I like this guy.
Where the hell can she be? She here because her purse there, her phone there, all
Everything.
that. A woman ain't leaving all of that.
That's right.
No. Not all of it together.
Right.
Not all of it.
So we pushing on the refrigerator like, you know what I'm saying? We pushing on the refrigerator like, if she bite there, she gonna say something.
She gonna holler.
That joker ain't say nothing.
Damn.
Man, we were this close to leaving. We were this close to walking out, like, and so my dog was like, man, I'm gonna just check this refrigerator one more time. And he looked back there this time. Get your ass out.
Come on and put these goddamn cuffs on, man.
I love it. Love it.
I thought it was fun.
Oh, I think I love it. So, Lummy, this piece came up, and this has been all over social media. And I got to tell you, I know what happened. I mean, like, everybody's speculating what happened. And as
because they said there was only a couple people there.
Yeah, well,
and one's dead.
I'm probably the only. And I was not there. But I know what happened. and I know that Randy did not hit Hogan. Brooke told me that. I mean, I know the story. So they're with WrestleMania coming up this weekend, right?
Yeah,
this weekend.
It's a 2-nighter, baby.
In Vegas.
They're reminiscing, and one of the times that they had, I don't know how many times they've had WrestleMania in Vegas, but one of the times they had was like in 92, 93, and they had it outdoors, and it was an outdoors deal. And I think it was a big whodunit. I think Hogan refused to drop the strap to Bret Hart, and Hogan ended up getting the strap and then had to drop it the night.
Was that the one with at the LA Coliseum where they had the giant with that fake hair taped to him?
The Caesar's Palace.
No, this was
Caesar's Palace. Caesar's Palace.
This was in the parking lot of Caesar's Palace. Now Hogan shows up.
That's when Hogan won like every belt, beat like Yokozuna.
Now Hogan shows up with a black eye and stitches underneath because he had a fractured orbital, or what? How do you say
orbital
that?
bone?
Yeah. And so now as we get closer to WrestleMania in Vegas, people are reminiscing about the time that Hogan showed up to WrestleMania. I don't know if it was 6 or 7 or 5 or 10 or what it was.
Oh, this one 9.
9. WrestleMania 9. And he showed up with dark sunglasses and he had a really bad black eye. Well, everybody after Hogan didn't tell anybody, but he told Vince what happened. And everybody was speculating. That's when him and Macho Man for real were fighting. Like had heat over Miss Elizabeth. And like for real.
Lizinda hit me with a pizzan at the frizzin' chisin'.
Mm-hmm. And so everybody started speculating that Macho Man, who lived literally 2 miles from Hogan, him and Macho Man got in a fight, and Macho Man hit him in the eye. And here's the thing. You can hit another guy in the eye, but chances are you're not going to hit him so hard that he needs stitches and that you crack his orbital. I mean, you're just
it happens.
It happens, but it's a freak deal. Here's what happened, and I've been told the story by Brutus was there, Brian Blair was there, before Horace. Remember Horace Hogan?
Yeah,
he was there. And Hogan and his guys they're like 4 jet skis, and Hogan, when you're on a jet ski and you're doing all kinds of moves and stuff, sometimes you fall off your jet ski. Well, the jet ski's got a little tether to the ignition, to the throttle, so as soon as you fall off, the jet ski stops. So the jet ski doesn't keep, because if you're in the middle of the water and the jet ski, it can run over you, hurt you. But now, when you get yourself back on a jet ski, listen, at my thinnest, most in-shape days, I could get on, after I'd fallen off my jet ski, not a small jet ski like a 1 or 2-seater, but on a 3-seater jet ski, I could hunch my ass back up there. It's hard.
Yeah, especially if Macho was on it before you all oiled up.
Right. So this has nothing to do with Macho Man. In fact, let me play the story, Lummy.
Yeah.
And then
Are you saying we don't have to watch the documentary after you tell us the story?
No, this has nothing to do with the documentary.
Oh, okay.
This will be
Hogan
mine,
is
though.
This is for real. Nobody knew where Hulk was. Soon enough, we see him walking in. Nobody knows what's going on. Check this out.
Like, it's amazing how people just come up with stuff to try to create a story that aligns with a major event that's happening this week on some old school stuff, and this is completely fabricated.
Where's Hulk's dressed?
Hulk comes, he's got wraparound sunglasses on, he's got stitches, his eye looks really bad.
I remember seeing it, and then I was thinking, brother should have bobbed instead of weaved on that. It was a pretty nasty black eye.
That was the funny thing about it. I was like, he really got a good shot in the eye, so it was one of those really good black eyes.
And then now all of this is now modern day footage That's Bret Hart in today's world, and everybody hates Hogan.
Yeah, but I heard Undertaker ran the back there, and so if he's saying it, I believe him. I don't know where I heard it, but I remember hearing that.
Oh, boy.
And so Undertaker did run the back. Not during these days, he did not. And so these are all wrestlers now in today's world, and the new thing is to bury Hogan. Everybody hates Hogan. Everybody hates Hogan as to what Hogan put them all through when he was on top. And he's probably the only person ever to have a creative control clause in his contract. It's easy to hate on Hogan now. And so all of these stories here, this isn't Bret Hart at WrestleMania 9 speculating what happened. The Undertaker footage and the Bret Hart footage, I mean, you would agree, are recent.
Yes.
So this isn't footage that they got when Terry was walking in and what.
It was pretty obvious when you see it. Like, what happened to you? That doesn't look like makeup. That's for real.
I didn't give it to him. Wasn't me.
See, and again, these are all old timers that are speculating on what they've heard over.
They're all smiling though when they're talking about Hogan having a black eye.
But they all hate Hogan. And here's the deal, man. Like, they're all speculating on what the urban legend has been over the years, but none of which are talking in present, like as it happened.
Of course, everyone knows that Savage and Hogan didn't get along, so it didn't take long for the rumors to start flying around. Hey.
Others, stories.
Did anybody, if you hit a guy, I think you guys would agree, if you hit a guy that hard in the eye and you've caused that much damage, stitches and a fractured orbital, whatever, I think any man, no matter how tough you are, you're going to have some type of trauma on your hand if you hit somebody that hard. Whether it's a bruised knuckle, whether it's a cut. And Macho Man, if you go back and watch his matches, Lummy, from this event, not a mark on his hand.
Not if he hit him with an elbow from the top rope.
Okay, well, he didn't.
The man punched him. Beat him up, but I wasn't there, so I don't know. But that was the story going around,
By the way, this is a modern day Scott Steiner. The story going around.
And I rode with Macho Man. It was like, he told me what really happened, and I believe Macho Man's story. So
it's easy to say that now that Macho's dead.
Yeah, I believe what he told me, but he wasn't happy about it. Shit happens.
Interesting. I guess he bought the story Randy told him. I've never had a fight with Randy. If they still want to believe it after you tell them what really happened, it's fine with me.
I've heard all of the stories, but the only story I've ever heard from Hulk and from Vince and what we were told was that he was out on a jet ski and got popped in the eye.
I fell down a flight of stairs.
That's how, and this is what happened. So he's on a jet ski. He falls off. And the tether shuts down the throttle, so the jet ski's just kind of idling there. And in protocol, if you're a jet ski driver or something like that, what you do is you swim to your jet ski, and the jet ski's off. The jet ski completely turns off. And but when you're when Brutus and Brian and Brian the Killer Bee Blair are driving with you and your buddy falls off the jet ski, you slow down, circle around, and go check on your buddy is what you do. Well, Hogan, in doing that, there's two other jet skis. When you do that, when you go and stop and then go drive over by your buddy, you're now creating turbulent waters. That jet ski's now buoying up and down. You know what I'm saying? Like
creates a little chop.
Yeah, it creates a little chop. That you're not on. You're in the inlet, and it's a little bit smoother there. But as your two buddies are circling around your jet ski, it's creating the jet ski to kind of bob up and down. As Hogan goes to try to get on, the back part of the jet ski, the back portion of the jet ski, hits a wave and smashes him right in the eye. Cuts it wide open, and it starts bleeding profusely. So at that point, Brian Blair gets off his jet ski, jumps off, helps Terry onto his jet ski, and they go back home. And hell, you know what Hogan should do, Lummy? Is he should, because he went to the emergency room. He lived right by Morton Plant. He went to the Morton Plant emergency room. He got the stitches. He got the orbital X-ray. That's what Hogan should have done when they interviewed him. Is say, here. Obviously, he didn't know the question because they don't ever tell you the question. He should say, here's my emergency room visit. I got 7 stitches and a fractured orbital. That's what happened.
John Kosika, $100.
You know what? Everybody's making a big deal about it. You know why? Because it's WrestleMania. It's this weekend. It's in Vegas. What can we drum up that can be relevant?
You think they're going to roll Hogan out?
For click? No, I don't think so.
I mean, Real American Beer is the official beer sponsor of the WWE.
I think that gets you some signage inside the ring. I think whoever's running the place now, Triple H with the con kicker.
Do you think Trump's going to fight McMahon?
No.
Oh, not at this one. That'd be a big pop.
McMahon's in exile.
But if he came out, hold on, how do you turn him back, baby? He comes out, does the Stone Cold Stunner to Donald Trump, and smashes 2 cans of Real American Beer together, Stone Cold style, and all of a sudden now Vince is a baby again.
You know, hold on. I think you do that with somebody other than Vince. No, you know what? You got to put Trump. Trump's got to go
Trump's
over.
Not. The president's not getting in the ring.
It's not taking a bump.
Trump's got to go over. So you put
Zelensky.
You put some. Oh my God! You dress up a guy with Ukrainian or a Russian. Remember back in the day that you dress up a guy like Putin.
Yeah.
And he comes out there and be like, "I just want to tell all you Americans, you're soft, you suck."
Nikolai Koloff makes a comeback.
Well, no,
Remember they had a Russian bad guy
Nikolai
back in the day.
Koloff.
Yeah.
They get the Chinese guy.
Oh yeah, and he comes out with call him Johnny
the Killer Z's.
and Trump loves to infuse himself. I mean, like he was at the last UFC this past weekend, where he snuffed Cheryl Himes.
But he went back and talked to her after.
But you know what? That was a cover his ass her.
So it does look like he will be at WrestleMania.
Yeah, he's just going to be part of that fan experience. I don't think that they bring him out.
Well, he'll probably be there for the Hall of Fame ceremony.
Yes, you're right. He'll be that part. Seth, he'll be that part of WrestleMania, the ancillary part of WrestleMania. He won't be part of anything to do with the wrestling portion.
Because wasn't he
booed out of the building for the Netflix debut?
And wasn't he the host of WrestleMania a few years ago with Titus O'Neil when it was in town?
Tampa, they had to overdub. Lummy was there. Lummy attended, and they had to overdub. Because he got, and that's his. Listen, you can say
booed? He got booed every time he touched the mic.
You can say that going to L.A. Right after the election, a very liberal spot. Hogan rolling out. You can tell him that you can say, okay, I understand the booing there, but when you get booed in your own hometown,
and every time he talked, he got booed,
and so they had to overdub it. So I think Seth, he's not a part of the wrestling the minute the wrestling starts, but the Hall of Fame, the
ancillary events.
Yeah, the ancillary stuff. They have like the big convention centers. They'll have all the wrestlers there. Like they have, it's kind of like a mini comic. It's like a wrestling con. Have you guys ever seen all the ancillary events that they
WrestleMania?
Do? Yeah.
Oh, I mean, God, yeah. There are. I mean, a lot of people talk about because you buy tickets to meet wrestlers and have the experience with them. And
then a lot of like the independents do little wrestling shows at night and stuff in the lead up to it. It's a big thing.
Right. Hogan will be part of that. He won't be on camera. I don't think there's any way, shape, or form he's on camera. Twink, are you ready? If we were going to get your game in, we probably should roll it next.
All right. I'm ready to go.
Twink Martindale, ladies and gentlemen.
The son of Wink Martindale.
Brian Matroni has an alter ego when he comes in on Thursdays, and it's Twink Martindale.
Twink Fartindale, if you will.
Twink Fartindale. Let me make sure I have my stuff ready here. And we play a game hosted by Twink Fartindale every Thursday. This Thursday happens to be Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Lummy, you're supposed to have kept score. Have we played 3 games?
No, we played multiple.
We've played 4.
Brian's been keeping the score.
Lummy's won once. Bubba's won 3 times.
Oh, really?
And Seth has had honorable mention multiple times.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
These are all 5th grade questions.
They really are?
Yeah.
It could be advanced 5th graders, though. I mean, you got to be prepared for anything.
Asian 5th grade questions.
Is there any geometry on this?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
There is some simple math.
Oh, no.
Simple math. By the way, make sure that nobody has their calculators out, Brian.
I mean, guys, don't cheat. If you're cheating at this, you're a pathetic
We're
human
on
being.
camera. What the fuck? How
are we going to pour a photo with our calculator?
Bubba's conveniently going to drop something on the floor when it's his question every time. Have to go under his console.
Bubba would have to have Lummy Google with his answers.
And send him a message.
Berto, I already know
Good
this.
morning,
5th grade.
Gilson.
I already know this 5th grade shit's hard. I know it is. Because they teach you in 5th grade. It doesn't mean you fucking remember it.
No shit, I forgot that stuff in 6th grade.
I mean, how do I make room for the 6th and 7th grade stuff if I got my 5th grade fucking shits on my head?
You gotta fucking delete it.
I can't wait for Mania, man. I'm so glad they have it on a Saturday. I'm so glad they end it earlier on Sundays now.
Bubba remembers pulling up to, driving up to 5th grade in his El Camino. Hey, guys. I'm the head 5th grader. I've been here 4 years now.
What's up, Thomas? What's up, Ray?
Shit.
Hmm?
He runs it.
Yeah. I get 10% of whatever you guys do.
Which is like fucking Twinkies and Ho-Hos.
All right. Avocado. What's up, Sicilian redneck?
What's up, El Dredge? I know. Is there any NXT going on this weekend? Are they having an NXT big show?
NXT. Oh, it's NXT. That's their proof. That's their training deal, right, bud?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
their developmental.
It's WWF. It's WWE affiliate. I mean, it's part of their.
Yeah, it's their developmental.
It's like their AAA, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fight for what's right. Fight for your life.
Oh, I'm glad, Ryan. Anytime, dude. You're the man.
When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside.
Ooh. What's up, Permagrom?
Gotta take a stand.
I'm the honky tonk man. I'm cool. I'm cocky. I'm bad.
Is it cool? What is it? Cool,
cool, cocky, and bad.
I mean, we should play that honky tonk shit when we got him.
I always thought he was cool, cocky, and kind.
No, cool, cocky, I'm bad.
When it was like the Jim and Fred show and we fucking jobbed him out.
Yeah, the Mike and Todd and Mike show.
What up, LM Close? Fucking slinging Bubba's perfume. What up, SoCal Jim?
I mean, I hope my chair comes someday.
Do you have tracking on it?
I don't know, lover, but I could track it. But the bottom line is, I need you to.
As soon as it gets here, I was expecting it to be here for today.
I know, lover. I'm just saying, like it's. I'm out of balance here.
Do you want me to come up and hold it?
No. I can bite it at any time.
Seth, will you catch him?
What's going on? Is he's got a falling back willy?
He doesn't have a wheel.
If you only knew
Been there.
what I'm gonna do to you, you'd be running out of here as fast as two legs could carry you. Your destiny.
Oh, I remember why you
belongs to me.
I know. I remember why you called.
If you only knew.
I don't know that song.
Oh, that was with all of them together. That was the WWE's version of We Are the World, where they got all the wrestlers together to sing. You don't remember that?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
813-90 Bubba, the phone line's got a few ringing here. Get ready for a Twink Martindale production.
Let's go to line 26, Bubba.
We're going to go to line 11. Hello, which would be really which line?
1.
There you go. Hello.
Learned that from Kelta.
Sometimes you just go that one step too far.
What? I was recalling what we talked about earlier.
Hi, who's this? You're on the air. Yes.
Was it a pocket dial?
I think he maybe had us on. Hello?
Oh, good morning, guys.
The hell was that?
Okay. Wow. You got me a little irritated because of just what do you need? What can I do for you, sir?
Nothing, man. I apologize, Bubba. I know I ran in the store real quick. I've been on hold for a minute, so I thought I had time when you guys were in commercial break. So my apologies.
No,
I
you know what?
apologize.
Apologies accepted. Completely understand. Go ahead, bud.
Hey, just wanted to give some love out to Hunter Law Group. I know Brian and Gina, they have separate entities there within, and I'm a client of Gina's, and I just wanted to give some love out to them. They're an amazing firm. They're always there to do good for their clients. And it is a trip to listen to Babyface on the radio like this, because I can only imagine what he's like at work in the court.
Actually, he is very he's very much more professional and more toned down at work. This is his therapy of getting out all of his craziness so that he can go be that ass-kicking lawyer for you, cool hand Luke, if you will, when needed. But he needs this show more than he would probably not want to agree with necessarily with me that this show is very therapeutic for him.
It was this or meth.
It was this or meth,
and I chose this.
Yeah, so and it's working. And quite frankly, Brian, you're able to get some of your smart-ass aggression out.
Oh, totally.
Stuff that you might be treating your employees. You shooting them with some type of smart-ass aggression, but since you get it out on Thursdays, and when you're not traveling, the world traveler that you are, whether it's on a swingers cruise or taking your dad to Vegas, you bless us with your presence. You bless us with your presence on Thursdays. So, sir, thank you for
the kind words,
for recognizing Hunter Law Group. Regina is absolutely the best in family law in the city, period. And if you're thinking about getting a divorce and you and your wife are headed down that avenue, I just a quick little Iggy to everybody. Even if you don't hire Regina or retain her, go have a consultation with her. That way your wife can't get her, because if your wife gets her, it ain't going to be good for you.
$100 for the Bubba Army. Yeah. That's it. And you get a full hour of her time, right. And she is a straight shooter. So if she thinks you can handle it on your own,
right,
you may be able to get all the advice on what to do for $100 and be able to handle it on your own.
Usually a consultation with Regina Hunters too.
For less than a cost of Fat Man Dunks 3, you can have an hour of Regina Hunter's time.
Wouldn't necessarily correlate my merchandise with Regina's time, but appreciate that. I don't know if it's good for either brand. So anyway, but here's the deal. A lot of times,
can I chime in on?
Well, hold on. A lot of times,
Can I chime in just on what you guys said?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's really cool is if you're a returning client like that, like Gina will waive the consultation fee, and she gave me different options. And just like Brian had mentioned, you don't have to spend that money. I can go and spend $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, but guess what? I'm not going to do that. So she steered me in the direction of not spending that money and to just get good counsel from her.
Most family attorneys try to shake you down for a $5,000 retainer and just, churn it out. Regina will say, if it's applicable towards your case, she'll say, hey, listen, you don't need to hire me and waste all this money. Here's what you need to do. She'll tell you the steps. You can occasionally call her for a little bit of advice, and she goes, you can do this. This is easy peasy. She loves to use that word. Easy peasy. You can get this done on your own for virtually nothing. It's the best $200 or $100 you can spend. And the other thing is, even if you don't hire her, your wife can't hire her. Because you don't want Regina, you don't want somebody full lawyered up with Regina as their .50 caliber. You don't want that against you. So thank you for recognizing just how unbelievable she is. And, of course, Brian runs the accident, slip and fall, personal injury portion of their firm, their family law and that. And as much as it hurts me to say this because he's a little shovel-faced smartass, Brian is badass. I'm just telling you that. Brian is a badass attorney. I appreciate you, bud.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Rob Green, $50. Semi-autoglass Travis, $25.
Love him.
And Creatine Travis with $100. The Bubba Army
Creatine, I need to talk to you soon. I will tell you this, Brian. My sister has done some things with you. My sister's
not sexual.
Not sexual. No,
I'm not Spice Boy.
Why do we all think? Why do we see? I'm trying to put you over, and you instantaneously give me two cuts that it's hard to recover from.
I'm sorry, man.
Okay,
the first cut is the deepest.
Yeah,
baby, I know.
Bryan Adams.
No, Sheryl Crow. Man.
Sheryl Crow. That's right. So anyway, my sister and her corporation has had some contracts and things like that Brian has looked over. And a third party that was dealing with my sister and is a very smart man, very, very smart man, after Brian had caught a few things and revised a few things, got back to my sister and said, hey, that attorney that you guys, I've used a ton of attorneys over the years, probably 10. And that guy that you guys have, he's the sharpest ever. And I don't know if my sister ever told you that story or not, Brian, but that's what my sister Brian Matroni's story is that you are unbelievable.
Well, thank you, and we love Tara,
all right.
And her business is awesome.
It is. They just relocated yet again. Did you see that?
Yeah, they're growing, man.
Oh, you know what? I bet you in 5 years, man, they get some hedge fund place to come in and buy that place, and she's
done. She's checked out. She's on her private island.
She's already told me. 5 years, man, I'm out.
She bought an island off of by Honeymoon Island. She's calling it Gila Island, and that's where she's moving to.
Gila Island. All right, so we got to play this game. All right. So obviously it's me. The contestants are me, Seth, and Lummy. We've played 4 games so far.
You're the leader.
I have won 3, and Lummy has won 1, and Seth, poor little thing, he's still trying. He is. If it was about baseball cards, he'd be killing us. Chicago Bears and or Chicago White Sox trivia, but we haven't embarked into those things.
We'll see how this week goes. Maybe we'll have a more gentler one in 2 weeks.
Okay, here we go.
All right. Are you smarter than a 5th grader?
Hold on. How does this go?
This is going to go very easy.
So do I?
Seth, pick a number 1, 2, or 3.
3.
So Seth's going to go third. You're each going to get 6 questions. There's not going to be steals. You're each going to get your own question. So I've got questions here. Each of you will get 6. Bubba, you're 1. Lummy, you're 2. Seth, you're 3. All right?
All right.
Bubba, your first question for Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader?
We had some kind of royalty-free sound effects, like, are you, whatever. Okay, so what's my first question? Am I smarter?
Bubba, what is the square root of 81? What is the square root of 81?
9.
Ding, 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 ding.
All right. Good
Bubba's
job.
on the board. Lummy, what planet is closest to the sun?
Don't check chat.
I've got my eyes closed.
He's doing his Lummy things.
Mercury.
Ding, 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 ding. Wow. Oh, boy, Seth. Sorry about this, but you did pick number 3. Costa Rica borders 2 countries.
Hold on. I gotta. Lummy.
Yes.
It did pop up on chat.
What?
I mean,
he had his eyes covered. He didn't cheat, dude.
Okay, I just
Yeah,
want
I got
to
my
make
eyes
sure.
covered.
Okay, all
Mercury,
right.
Venus,
Seth,
Jupiter,
Costa Rica.
All right, I gotcha.
Seth, Costa Rica borders 2 countries. Name one of them.
Dominican Republic.
No, that's an island with Haiti. The correct answer was Panama or Nicaragua.
Jeez.
Bubba.
Seth, no big deal.
No, I think 5th graders should definitely know that.
Yeah.
Bubba.
Sammy probably knows it.
A word that reads the same forward and backward is called what?
A synonym?
No, I'm sorry. It's a palindrome.
Oh,
a palindrome.
There's not a guy in this goddamn county that would know that.
You're.
I mean, for real.
There's a lot.
I guarantee you, Dr. Dan knew that.
Bull crap.
Okay.
None of us are that smart. That was a really hard one.
Lummy, what is the capital of Australia?
Sydney?
No, Canberra.
What was it?
Canberra. Seth.
Now, these are real 5th grade questions?
Yeah, these are questions that were featured on the show. Are you smarter than a 5th grader?
For advanced Chinese 5th grade classes, Bubba,
Exactly.
which is like college.
Exactly.
I think Seth's going to get this one.
All right. Thank you for the
advanced Chinese.
To tie it up with Bubba and Lummy at 1 each, what is the process by which plants make their food called? Seth?
Photosynthesis.
Ding, 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 ding. Good job, Sethy boy.
Thank you.
Sethy boy.
I feel worthy.
Bubba.
Sethy boy.
And I don't know how this is a 5th grade question, but we'll go with it.
Oh, Jesus. Lummy, can you see it's already skewed against me?
No, I let Seth pick the number and then randomly assign the order.
Okay.
What instruments usually comprise a string quartet?
A violin, a strung bass, and a guitar.
No, it's 2 violins, a viola, and a cello.
Oh my God!
Viola.
Even Seth would say that.
I was going to say harp.
I was going to give Bubba the strung bass for the cello because it's close enough.
It is.
Yeah, it's close enough. I was going to give that to you, but if you pulled viola out, then I was going to be like, well, you said strung bass.
I mean, there's not a human being in this building that knows what a.
There's not a guy in the Tri-County area.
There's not a guy in Florida that knows what a viola is. Sounds like a woman. Sounds like would be on top of the clitoris.
Oh my goodness!
Lummy, did you hear about that girl? She had a nice viola.
Oh, nice!
Jesus,
I heard about
God
it.
Almighty! All right, continue on.
Lummy.
Yeah.
On the periodic table, what element is represented by the letter N?
Nitrogen.
Lummy got it. Lummy in the lead.
Lummy's got softballs, just straight softballs.
Yeah, I know.
Sometimes they're firm. It's not that cold in here today. He said it was warm. That's why his balls are so soft. Seth.
Yeah.
If a backyard is 50 feet long and 20 feet wide, how many square feet is the yard?
But it's got to be 1,000, right?
Yes, it got to be. Good job, Sethy boy.
50 by 20 is 1,000?
50 feet long and 20 feet wide is 1,000 square feet, Bubba.
It's not 100?
Nope. That would be 50 by 2. All right, Bubba. How many feet are there in 75 yards? How many feet in 75 yards?
You got this, Bubba.
75 yards, 75 yards. How many feet are there?
Yes, sir.
So there would be, let me see, 5 times 3 is 5, and then 7 times 3 is 21, but put the 5 in there, 255.
Good try. 225. 225.
It's tough to do it in your head, you know.
Is it hard to do 75, 75, 75? That's how I count it.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Bubba put the 5 in there.
Yeah.
In the wrong place. Lummy, what is the hardest mineral on Earth?
Gold.
No, sir. Gold's pretty soft, buddy. It's
crystal.
Tungsten.
It's gold. Gold is soft as the first 2 balls I threw you.
Tungsten?
No.
Palladium?
No.
Diamond?
Diamond. Seth.
Yeah. Dang
Seth.
it.
Seth got it.
Doesn't count,
But
though.
it doesn't count.
All right, over the
So the
Seth.
score right now.
Even chat saying I'm getting screwed.
You are.
Yeah. All right, continue on.
The Montreal screw job here for Bubba, which didn't even happen, by the way.
Yeah, it did.
Seth, you can take the lead here.
Oh, God.
If you can tell me, what does a paleontologist study specifically?
Dinosaur bones.
Also known as?
Fossils.
Yes.
Nice.
I feel there was some texting going on prior to the program.
You can check my phone.
I did ask Brian when he was cutting his avocado off of the way that he saw it on TikTok done. I asked him if he would send me questions. And
let me, like, how, never mind, I'm not going to.
Well, hold on, Bubba. I asked if he would send me questions.
No, this wasn't about you. I got people pulling for me to lose. I hope Bubba loses.
What?
Yeah, look. Like, come on, man.
Come on. That guy's not a real person.
Yeah, whatever. So you asked Brian what now, Bubba?
I did ask Brian if he would send me the questions. And he said no.
No, he's whatever.
Twink Fartendale has one thing and one thing only, and that's his reputation.
That's integrity, my friend. Yeah.
I'm sorry for knowing paleontologist, all right?
No, you're great.
Bubba, I think you'll be able to get this one, though. How many adjectives are there in the following sentence? Billy made a loud noise in class.
1.
Yes.
All right.
And what was that adjective, Bubba?
Loud.
Yes. Good job. Lummy, what is the longest...
I'm not as stupid as people think I am.
No, definitely not as dumb as you look. I'll tell you that right meow.
Jeez.
I meant that as a compliment.
Twink gets zingers in.
What is the longest river in the U.S., Lummy?
Was it the Colorado?
No, sir.
The Mississippi!
No, sir.
No. The
Hudson!
No.
What about a Great Lake?
The Ohio?
The Missouri.
No. Which the Ohio feeds into the Missouri. But anyway, nobody got it.
Sounds like a bitch-ass river to me.
Yeah,
it does.
Well, Seth's answer was bitch-ass river. All right. Continue.
Mississippi or go home, man.
Now, it's how many more rounds and who's next, Seth?
So Seth's up, and if he gets this, Are
we all tied at 2?
It's 2-2-3, and Seth still has one in the chamber here.
Okay. Who's got the 3? Seth Kushner?
Seth has the 3.
Right. 3.
Seth, who painted the Mona Lisa?
Leonardo.
Leonardo who?
Da Vinci.
Yes. Seth is now...
DiCaprio.
So what we'll do for this last round to make it interesting...
No, we're not doing doubles. We're just going to go straight ups.
Okay.
Because
Did I win?
No.
Did I win?
I think you might have.
Well, I'm not going to reveal the totals yet.
Yeah.
We got to keep them in suspense.
Oh, my God. What's the prize?
People start tuning out.
What's the prize?
We got to see how it all shakes out.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Bubba, who was the first American in space? In space.
Oh.
Neil Armstrong?
In space.
A monkey?
No.
Katy Perry.
Alan Shepard?
Alan Shepard. Good job, Lummy.
Okay.
I would want to give you a point to make it interesting,
Yeah, but I can't. I'm
Lummy, how many inches in 2 yards?
Can I do math real quick?
Yeah, no. Because if I could have written down.
You have to do math to answer
But
this.
hold on.
No,
No, hold on. If I had an opportunity to have written down the 75 gimmick,
Yeah,
I
you
would.
can't, you can't do it.
You got to do it in your head.
Write it out, or you can write it out in the sky.
72?
72. Lummy with the correct answer. And Seth, for your victory lap, what are the 3 states of matter?
Liquid, solid, and gas.
Ding, ding, ding.
The winner. Now,
all right.
Twink Martindale always has.
He's going in his wallet.
Some type of.
Oh, he's giving him cash.
Cash?
Where was that from, Bubba?
We get leftover gift cards with $3
And you got
left
potato
on them.
chips one time.
And I got potato chips one time that were awful.
I mean, leftover gift cards spend like cash, Bubba. In fact, in some ways, cash has become more useless than a gift card. Because
$20?
$20, baby.
Wow.
I'm going to Longhorn.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
My wallet's too thick.
Dude, I'm so glad.
My
wallet's
too thick, bro.
So wallet's too thick, bro. I have to get rid of those small bills.
Got a thick ass wallet, cousin.
So quick on that stupid cold one.
Congratulations, Seth. You're on the board.
Oh, man.
That's a Biden 10 I just gave you. It's a Trump 5. So.
It's short-term pain for long-term gain, okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
You did great, buddy. You earned that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bubba, so one more.
Do you know if you add Lummy and
then
Bubba's score together, they tied you?
Man, oh man. This is gonna be
They wrote a song about that called Runaway.
Let's hear it.
Oh, runaway.
Who sings it? Bon Jovi.
Kanye West.
Oh, really?
Runaway by Bon Jovi was their very first hit in 84, 85.
Yeah.
That was their very first hit.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Yes, I didn't even believe in myself. So I understand why you guys wouldn't believe in me. I just wanted to...
You know what I believe?
Anything called love?
Children are the
future. Teach it well and let them lead the way.
Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. I remember long ago, never to walk in anyone's shadows. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I have. At least it was because of me. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest
What up, Nathan the
love
Havoc?
of all
Lou.
inside
Unsavory.
of me.
Dude, what a song. Who did that one?
Whitney Houston, man.
Oh, man.
It was Whitney Houston.
That song has like 5 hooks in it. It's so good.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. She was a hell of a hand, that Whitney Houston.
Man. I would love to get into some Whitney with you on the Blizzard.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe, ooh, I want to dance with somebody.
I want to feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I want to dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me.
Don't want to dance, say you want to dance, don't want to dance. Or what else you got? What's the other one? Her,
Didn't we almost have it all?
What's the Bodyguard one?
I will always love you. I can't.
You don't think we can hit that?
Bittersweet memories, that is all I'm taking with me.
Might be a good bet, Longwood. Oh, man.
If I should stay, I would only be in your way. So I go, but I know I'll think of you every step of the way. And I will always love you, my darling. Anyways.
Longwood, I'm happy for.
Well, that was your live band review. What do you guys think?
I'm happy for the fans, man.
What fans?
I'm not talking to you about it. It's just between me and Longwood, okay?
Oh. How are the White Sox doing? I haven't checked.
I don't know, dude. I don't pay attention. I'm watching basketball right now, playing games, okay? Real sport.
Anthony Davis came up big. Some are saying the Mavs may have won the trade now.
I hope White need the Grizz to win tomorrow night.
People are saying maybe the Mavs won the trade after all. So, just so you know, the White Sox are at 4-13.
Good.
So about a little better than last season's pace.
They are.
broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So we'll do a segment, and then we'll do the unsigned band review. The unsigned band review today is a country band, a band that describes himself as country.
Alabama.
Below Alabama, which
Alabama.
means the panhandle of Florida, creatively. That's what they claim it means. This is their Instagram page. It says right here, I think I don't know if I'm signed in or not. No, I guess I'm not, but they're saying that we're going to appear on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Yes, we $76, $20.
So Below Alabama will be the unsigned band review. Now, Lummy, can I ask you,
yes.
Are they familiar with the format and that potentially we could say this sucks?
Yes, they are.
I mean, because, every band's got to know that going in, that there's a 50-50 shot. We can't hold back.
No.
And we got chat, that's going to be helping us, and they hate everything, including myself.
Nathan Arrhenius, $10.
And so, let me, when you talk to these guys, what in this particular instance, do you recall what you said to him?
He listens. He watches the show. So he saw the last one.
And I think he's probably based out of Fort Walton Beach.
Yes, he is.
All right. So he watches the program probably on our YouTube channel.
Yes.
YouTube, of course, everything we got. Facebook, YouTube, X, everything is at the Bubba Army.
But for the first band that came on that did not listen to the show, I told him, look, you're going to come on.
You're talking about
Felicity.
Felicity.
Yeah,
yes.
You're going to come on, do a short interview. We're going to listen to your song, and we're going to tell you whether it sucks or not. And if it sucks, we're going to hang up on you. And that's it.
And okay.
So are we playing the song first and then doing the interview today?
No, we're gonna I'm gonna do a couple articles about that. The guy who's the Garcia guy that's been exported back to El Salvador, and that big whodunit. I'm gonna play that. I got 3 stories on that. One of which is the Attorney General Pam Bondi. So I got a couple stories to play on that. We'll break. We should be around 9:15. And then we'll get the guy. I think there's a couple guys, Brian. I think maybe the guitarist and the lead singer. During the break, we'll get them on Zoom. We'll have them zoomed up. We'll come to them. Quick little introduction. Quick little, tell us about your band. How long you've been together. Just a quick little, introduction of the band. What song have you provided with us? What's the, is there a meaning behind the song? Okay, you guys ready? Here we go. We're gonna play it, and we're gonna either did we agree to always play the entire song, or I think we reserve the right to if it's really good, I think you just let it continue to play. Like last week
it was just 2 minutes though. The song
it's like 2:13 or something.
Yeah, I think this one's a little under 4 minutes, so it's like 3.5 minutes. I think
so.
I say you get a hard 60.
Yeah. Seth said first hook, and we're out. First hook, and we're out.
I mean, it's really up to you. I feel like you can get a feel for a song within the, I don't want to just, anger any artists out there, but, for the first minute.
Yeah, a lot of. So you know what? Here's Seth. Here's what we'll agree to, because this is a moving target. And it's our show. We can make our own rules. We will promise you an uninterrupted first minute. That's what we'll promise you, right? After that, we reserve the right to start, stop, analyze, and or hang up.
Which means you could get an extra 45 minutes out of the segment.
Right.
I'm telling that to this artist out there.
Right. I mean, listen, the guy we had on last week was super cool. I think we went pretty long with him.
Yes, we did.
And we could tell. Lummy, do you have this song from last week?
Yes, we can't play it right now.
Oh, because we're
working on it.
They took us off the white list.
Well, no, we're on the white list on all of them, but that song, because that one's produced somewhere else that refuses to whitelist us.
Well, that's great. That means we get no credit for that.
So they're arguing with them.
Hold on. So the segment that we did last week.
Yes.
And how well that segment went. I think it's over 10,000 views now. we get no credit for because they didn't whitelist the song. But we look pretty stupid there.
Well, they're arguing with the I guess production company that refuses to whitelist anyone.
If you could probably maybe be a little bit more attentive and say that we need you to have your.
I have text messages. I have all where it says we're good to go. I asked them.
Well, we weren't.
The day
They
before,
bamboozled us
because they have one production company and the guy messed up with the song. Everything else is done from another production company. He didn't know. He said that the Charlie Sheen song was done by this one production company. I have all text messages.
I appreciate that, but I know that you're an honest man. And you probably would say we got a little bit screwed there.
Yes, 100%.
Right.
Shouldn't have gone with I'm going to call the police productions, man.
I mean,
it pisses
and not only
me
that,
and Gary off.
not only that, but I mean, we gave this guy a ton of promotion.
Correct.
You know what? Let's chalk it up to a learning curve thing. You bring back a new segment, you're going to hit some snafus. It's okay.
No, I think we should be angry about it.
I mean, unfortunately, like even Gary, we can play all their other songs, and we're not right now because we're kind of pissed off that the one that they played is the one that we can't play.
So, do we need to turn our back on Felicity?
No, because they're technically still working on it. So,
okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Pam Bondi wants to tell you the United States of America's stance on this Garcia character.
Who are you taking, Pam Bondi or Catherine Levitt?
Give me Catherine Levitt.
Me too.
I know she's to 60-year-olds, so Bubba's good to
over
go.
The past few weeks, Kilmar Abrego Garcia in Maryland.
Well, that and Pam Bondi hates me.
Still? You think?
Well, I mean, she's going to go. I mean, it was her office. She was the assistant state attorney when I kicked Mark Ober's ass in the hog deal. And she hates my guts. I know that for a fact.
Oh.
He's in a prison now.
Early on my 98 Rock career, she had a 15-year-old cousin that had gotten in trouble, and I completely lit up on the radio. He got pulled over with some drugs and stuff like that, and I think he got a sweetheart deal, and I really, really laid the wood to him, and she actually sent a letter to, at that time, Clear Channel, asking me to stop, and of course, I didn't stop. So she does not like me.
No means yes to me.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia in Maryland. He's in a prison now in El Salvador. He was sent there. You insist, the president, everybody in the administration insists that he is MS-13. It appears that there's not going to be any sort of trial. He's not going to...
I mean, Brian, she's in a pretty she's pretty powerful, isn't she?
Second highest. I mean, she's in charge. She's the chief lawyer in the country.
She's the
number one lawyer in the country.
She's a slinging D, ain't she? I mean,
yep.
Good for her.
Was this supposed to be Matt Getz's position?
Yeah, until they started digging.
I mean, you don't have to dig far. Maybe you dust off last year's newspaper.
What? I mean, as much as Pam Bondi hates me, I think, you know what? Congratulations on, you got...
Well, and we have the Epstein list like she promised, so that's cool.
DHS said he would be arrested and redeported if he comes back. Why not show the American people the evidence that he's MS-13 so they can make an informed decision? And that goes the same with this Henry Josue Santos, who was picked up in Virginia, who is now presumably going to be deported.
Now, is it now a look to have females behind you as you're having your press conference?
No, they were doing a...
because I noticed that...
They were doing a trans athlete thing. They've got NCAA fifth-place finisher Riley Gaines up there with her.
Ron DeSantis had a press conference a couple days ago, and he had Florida State troopers behind him, one of which was a female. So it seems like...
I mean, there are women in positions, Bubba.
But these are all...
I understand that, but I'm just saying, why does everybody...
Because they're doing a trans athletes in sports discussion, and so that affects women. It's pretty
and
women.
these
pretty much
women
a women
came up
issue.
and had a press... They talked to the press.
Not show the public the evidence.
Who are these women? Are they her assistants?
That's Riley Gaines on the left, the fifth-place finisher in the NCAA women's swimming tournament.
That's not.
That is Riley Gaines. She's an advocate for women only in sports.
For real?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Stein interviewed her at the RNC.
And then who's the girl on the right?
Some other athlete.
That's Monica Gaines, Riley's older sister.
No, but what I'm saying
was
is
her older brother.
Why? Okay, we're talking about. Is Riley Gaines have anything to do with this case?
No, this is after, and it's the press asking questions offhand because they have an opportunity with Pam being there
so
for
you're
a press
saying
conference.
that they were there on another matter concerning transgender athletes, and these girls were part of that topic. And so when the press got an opportunity to ask Pam Bondi any questions, they just happened to be left over from the original deal.
That's correct. Point for Bubba. Ding, 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 ding,
Thank
ding.
you.
Well, he is an illegal alien who has been...
I will tell you this, Lummy. I do love Pam's no-nonsense. I love her. I don't know if it's a mic drop answer, but I do like her no-nonsense answer here. I do. I appreciate it.
Public the evidence.
Well, he is an illegal alien who has been living illegally in our country from El Salvador. ICE testified. An immigration judge ruled he was a member of MS-13. An appellate judge ruled he was a member of MS-13. Hard stop. He should not be in our country. He was deported. They needed one additional step in paperwork, but now MS-13 is characterized as they should be, as an FTO, as a foreign terrorist organization. So he is not coming back to our country. President Bukele said he was not sending him back. That's the end of the story. If he wanted to send him back, we would give him a plane ride back. There was no situation ever where he was going to stay in this country. None. He would have come back, had one extra step of paperwork, and gone back again. But he's from El Salvador, he's in El Salvador, and that's where the president plans on keeping him.
Yeah.
We're not going to see the evidence.
We have the transcripts from the court hearings. I'll be glad to give you the court hearings from 2019, what we have, sure, with the rulings from the judges, gladly.
I like it.
I think the transparency would be good here. I mean, I think if most Americans found that he was determined to be an MS-13 gang member, that there'd be less public outcry over his deportation.
I think it would shut everybody up. It would be probably the necessary information that would finally shut these people up.
Because I've heard conflicting, and this is part of the issue, right? I've heard conflicting reports on this guy. I've heard that he was here under proper protected status as an asylum seeker. Because he was afraid of gang violence in El Salvador.
The opponents, the other gang. Yeah.
Well, I mean, being afraid of the other gang isn't really a reason to be here. You kind of F around, you find out. But I think that. But
I don't think you can check that box on getting into the country. I'm afraid of the other gang.
But I think having that discussion and that transparency on this particular case would help things if they have that evidence. You know, I know he was accused of domestic violence. I don't know that he was convicted of it. That just came out. But he had no prior criminal history that I'm aware of. So just having as much information as possible helps these things so people aren't speculating and making bad arguments.
Well, just to answer Bubba's thing, he didn't come in he snuck in and then they caught him while he was here.
All right, let's go on.
But once you're caught, if you do apply for so there are procedures in place.
You guys are getting me down a hole. I need to get this stuff done.
Garcia's a Bulls fan, but he's from El Salvador, and he lives in Maryland, not Chicago. The Bulls lost 60 games in 2019, so why the hat? Can Garcia name anyone on the team? Anyone on any Bulls team besides Jordan? Everyone from El Salvador knows what it means when you wear a Bulls hat. It means you're MS-13.
Is that true?
I don't know.
That is true.
I mean, I'm like...
There's multiple things.
When you're in Compton, you don't accidentally wear red and say, oh, I didn't know red was Bloods. If you're a Latin American illegal alien in Maryland, you don't accidentally wear Chicago Bulls gear and hang around with high-ranking gangsters from MS-13. This is the reason he had to break into the country. Are you ready? A local gang in El Salvador was shaking down his grandma's tortilla shop. And his lawyers say if he gets sent back to El Salvador, he's a dead man. It's a tortilla blood vendetta. Seriously.
In a hoodie.
And then finally, the last piece of this, but it seems pretty long.
Former Justice Department attorney and federal public defender Liz Oyer for more on this. Liz, thank you for being here. You have argued cases in this judge's courtroom. What do you make of her scolding the administration like this? Is she out of line to demand proof that they're taking...
I want to see the judge scolding the administration.
They don't allow cameras in federal court.
Oh, that's right.
Well, James, she's not out of line. In fact, I think she did exactly what she needed to do. The administration has used a strategy thus far of sending people, attorneys who are uninformed, into the court and who are unable to answer the questions of the court about what is going on in this case and what is the status of Mr. Abrego Garcia, who is...
Now, Brian, here's the deal. Federal judge, Supreme Court, whatever. And they're like, bring the guy back, bring the guy back. At the end of the day, if the El Salvador president of El Salvador says he ain't coming back, can the president or whoever made the decision to send him away, can they be held in contempt or be in trouble with our court system or our judicial system for sending him if our court system is so adamant about him returning, but he's not going to because the president over there at the end of the day has all the power. Possession's 9/10 of the law. Can our people that are refusing judges' orders as high as supposedly the Supreme Court, can they be held in contempt or in trouble?
Potentially. It's kind of uncharted territory. The Supreme Court said that Trump's administration was required to facilitate his return. What does that mean? If he's in the possession of El Salvador, facilitation is, hey, can we please have him back? And we'll help bring him back. And they say, no, we're not going to release him. Then the argument by the Trump administration is we attempted to facilitate his return, and it was not possible.
Trump could tell all the judges, whoever has ruled him back, here's our correspondence saying we need him back. Please send him back. Here's their correspondence saying get lost. I mean, what do you want to do? Want me to militarily try to extract him? I can't do that.
Right. Part of the judge's frustration in this, at least up until this week, I don't know what's happened this week with the case, was the lawyers that the DOJ was sending in on this had zero information. They could not say what efforts had been made. They could not say what communications had been made. They could not confirm his location. They could not confirm whether or not he was well. And so that is the ire that's drawing the ire of the judge, because she has mandated that they provide these regular updates, and they keep sending somebody who has no information, even though they definitely have some sort of information.
Did you see this where the senator, Lummy, is now flying down there?
I think he went there yesterday.
Yeah, and he says, Senator Chris Van Hollen, I'm about to board a flight to El Salvador, strike one, where I hope to meet senior government officials to discuss the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, strike two. And I hope to see Kilmar and check on his condition and remind him that we won't stop fighting for him. That would require you to go to that El Salvadorian prison, which might not be the best thing for you either. Here is the senator at the airport.
I'm here at the airport. I'm about to board my flight for San Salvador. The goal of this mission is to let...
And this is a senator, right? This is a senator.
Yes.
The Trump administration to let the government of El Salvador know that we are going to keep fighting.
Now, Brian, when a guy like this, a senator, travels, does he get security?
I'm sure he has some level of security, for international travel, because you don't want him getting abducted in a foreign nation and things like that, and then being held for ransom.
Right.
That's a messy situation.
And MS-13 might, that they might be like, oh, you want to send one of your highest-ranking 100 senator? We'll kill him, right? I mean,
until he returns to his family. I hope to meet with representatives of the government. I hope to...
It'd be interesting to know what type of security detail this guy gets.
Is he going down without a meeting set? Is he just showing up?
I think he literally is walking. I literally don't think that he has any meetings in place.
Oh, boy.
Actually see Kilmar and see what his condition is. But we are going to keep fighting because this is a miscarriage of justice. The Supreme Court has ruled 9-0, that he was illegally taken out of the country and put in a prison in El Salvador. And this is about due process. This is about rule of law. What bullies do is they begin by picking on the most vulnerable. But if we get rid of the rule of law and due process in the United States, it's a short road from there to tyranny.
So, Brian, would he have to get with the United States State Department to try to arrange any type of meeting with an official, a government official from El Salvador? I don't know if you can just... Now, listen, being a state senator... being a U.S. senator is, a very powerful position, only 100 of them. So, and they are, they are protected. They are, way more important in the pecking order than a congressman. But there's 480 of those or something like that. But you just can't roll up to the El Salvadorian Congress or Senate or even president unannounced, can you? I would think that you would have. I would think that you'd have to work with our Republican-led State Department in order to get these particular meetings, and I don't know if that department's really high on getting you a meeting.
Yeah, I don't know who he's going to be meeting with, but good luck.
I just wouldn't go down there raw dogging it, not having any plans.
The president told him to pack sand. The El Salvador president.
Really?
Yeah.
So now, what are you going to show up at the prison?
I guess he showed up at the prison, and they didn't let him in.
Do we have any? I thought I had some footage, and I think I got rid of it. See if you can find that for me, Lummy. Okay.
Okay.
Let me try to, and we can either play that later, but we need to get the band ready.
Okay.
Because we'll do the band next. It's the unsigned band review, and we're getting the lead singer and the guitarist from a country band called Below Alabama.
And they listen to us on Florida Man Radio.
All I got to say, guys, is the unsigned band review hopper or genre, it's a tough nut to crack. It's tough to sound good on the radio. It's tough. It's really tough. And it's tough when you have people like us who are cynical and have heard so many and so much of this stuff.
Feels like you're letting them down already.
No, I'm just saying, I just want bands to know that even though your mom and your dad says it's great, it may not be so good.
And if you are a band that wants us to review, go show at BubbaArmyHQ.com.
And realize this, even if we tell you suck and we hang up on you, you're getting 10, 15, 20 minutes of prime time. I mean, tens of thousands of people that are exposed to your brand, even if we say it sucks. So we'll do the unsigned band review with Below Alabama next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
It's all up and everything.
What?
We're going to pull them up on Zoom. It's on Next Gen.
Okay.
I'm going to have them pull up the page. It's all uploaded.
Okay, well, hurry.
I know. That's what I'm telling Macho.
There's a colossal squid?
I don't like waiting until the last fucking minute. I want it to be on my fucking Next Gen early.
Is it worth it? Can you even hear me? Standing with your spotlight on me. Not enough to feed the hungry. I'm tired and I felt it for a while now in this sea of lonely. The taste of ink is getting old. It's 4 o'clock in the fucking morning.
My God.
My ears are bleeding.
So here I am. It's in my hands. And I'll savor every moment of this.
He's going
Hey, Brian.
He's going hands and
Hey,
ears.
Brian. Hey, Brian.
Yes, Brian.
Can you cut down on that a little bit?
So I've actually been asked to do this by the bands so that they sound better.
Okay. Well, I'm asking Macho Man to get my fucking song
Can
up.
you name the band, Bubba? It's The Used, Taste of Ink, one of the best songs ever. Please.
Oh, man.
Please.
Oh, God.
He's really shot the fuck out, is he?
Well, because he's not going to be here next week. You got to get a 2-for-1 in.
Yeah, this is double the fun.
Grass ain't. Is it what's it called?
The Taste of Ink.
No. Grass ain't greener. I got it. I got it, bro. I got it, Macho. I got it. I can hit it.
It's called Eat My Fuck.
All right.
They did the mash. They did the monster mash. It was a graveyard smash. It caught on in a flash.
All right, what are these guys? What are these two guys? These guys' name?
Below Alabama. One's Below and
I
one's
know it's
Alabama.
Below Alabama.
Below on the left and Alabama's on the right.
Okay, Below is on the left and Alabama's on the right.
Yep.
Okay, grass ain't greener. Is that what we're talking about here? Grass ain't greener.
All right, I have time for a couple more requests.
Macho Man, Lummy, you need to get in here and tell me what these two fine gentlemen's, by the way, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok.
It was the best damn Macho asked if you could just talk to them to make sure that their sound is working so we don't have any problems like yesterday.
Let me see here.
Okay, check. Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Bubba.
All right, perfect. We're going to be about 2 minutes and 20 seconds, okay?
Perfect.
All right, what are your guys' two names?
Leonard and Zach.
Leonard?
Yeah, everybody around here ironically calls me Bubba as well, too.
All right, Bubba, that's great. Leonard, Bubba, and Zach?
Yes, sir.
All right, Zach, any nicknames for you?
No.
Okay, gotcha. Leonard and Zach, and we're a minute 50 out, okay, guys?
Sounds good.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Jean, baby, L.A. lady, seamstress for the band, pretty eye, pirate smile, you merry music man, ballerina, you must have seen her.
Seth, where? Can you help me with this?
Dancing in the sand.
Bubba, we not? Do you want to punch Brian?
And now she's in me.
I don't know.
Always with
Don't choke him
me.
out?
I don't know how he's turned his appearance into a karaoke.
Tiny dancer in my hand.
I mean, like.
But oh, how it feels so real, lying here with no one near, only you, and you can hear me.
I think you should just I think we should keep it off of this show and make it a show in itself. Just sing along with Brian.
When I say softly,
We tried, Bubba.
slowly,
All right, here we go. 39 seconds. Everybody be quiet.
hold me closer, tiny dancer. Count the headlights on the highway.
Brian, shut the fuck up. We're trying to go with these two dudes. They don't want to hear this bullshit.
You had a busy day today.
For those of you who don't know, which I'm assuming is most of you,
From practicing in the garage
So if I decide to bust out a solo, do me a favor and give me the freedom to rock it.
to headlining stadiums.
and we will rock you.
With a few stops along the way, here's the most important one.
Me, say it.
This is the Unsigned Band Review on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So we got what the hell? There we go. Thank you. I got Zach and I got Bubba, but his real name's Leonard, standing by on Zoom. How y'all doing today?
Doing good, Bubba.
I'm a little bit scared, I'm afraid that if we're a little critical of your music, if once we come up to Fort Walton Beach, when I'm supposed to be up there maybe the next month or so to do a fundraiser for that fallen police officer, that Bubba might come over and whip my ass. I mean, look at him.
I don't think you got to worry about that. We got pretty thick skin, and we've been told people didn't like it. That's why there's different genres, Bubba.
But here's the deal. If we don't like it, we've been doing radio long enough. I've been doing it 40 plus years. My other guys, very long. If we don't like it, we just won't say we don't like it. We'll tell you why. We'll give you based on our experiences of hearing, hundreds of unsigned band reviews. Like last week, we actually liked the band and liked it, but we thought the vocals needed kind of maybe pumped up just a little bit, just based on our, on our opinion.
That's why the production company won't whitelist it, because we insulted their mix.
Probably. So, please know that, this could go not so favorable for you, but don't take it personal. It's part of the bit. And please know that, just the exposure in itself we'll probably get you guys, a little activity. Don't forget they got Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, I'm assuming all at Below Alabama.
Yes.
Yeah. So
this isn't Florida Bama Line?
No, this is not Florida Bama Line.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's not Florida Bama Line. They wish they were Florida Bama Line. Isn't the Florida Bama Line like the Zillionaires?
Yeah, the Florida Georgia Line, but they broke up, so.
Oh, so you're saying they should rename Florida Bama Line?
It's available.
Yeah, Florida Georgia Line split up, so.
Well, no, these fine gentlemen are Below Alabama, okay? That's what they are. And whether you find them on Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok, they would love for you to go check out their stuff. So they formed in 2020 as an acoustic duo. Now, was it just you two at first?
It was.
And who have you since added since you two formed in 2020?
We have our lead guitarist is PJ Parrish. Our bass guitar player is Rob Seymour. Our drummer is TJ White. And then, of course, it's us two. Yeah.
Right. Now, how busy and booked are you guys? Are you guys out, most weekends?
Most weekends, multiple shows on every weekend. And we play all over the Panhandle. We even venture up. We're going in May up to Virginia in the Roanoke area. And we'll go anywhere that they will let us go play.
Now, what's been in your short career, what's been your highest of high and your lowest of low? And hopefully this is, hopefully somewhere in there and not the lowest of low. Listen, local bands, unsigned bands, they faced a lot of adversity from promoters not paying you to, the van that you're driving, blowing a right front and you guys, missing a gig. Like there's just all types of roadblocks when you are an unsigned band an unsigned band, and you're doing it on your own, and it's you're trying to just break even on it. What's been your highest, most proudest moment, and what's been your lowest moment?
I'd probably say when we got the headline Pensacola Fair. I got one when we opened up for not Mitchell Timpany, excuse me, what was his name? Walker Montgomery. At the Boardwalk Country Music Festival. That's probably some of our highs. The lowest of lows, the hardest part is us trying to find, at first when we were starting out as a band, trying to find 5 guys that really bought into the product and saw the vision that we saw when we first started. So finding guys that were willing to accept the lower paying shows to get us to the point that we were getting the higher paid shows.
Yeah, I mean, I got to understand that when you first start out and it's not real glamorous, and there's in some instances where you had to play for free just to get the exposure, that you can't sometimes find a person that's willing to make that time and money investment into the bigger picture. And that is, if you guys would catch a break and hit and continue to build your brand, then obviously the fruits of that would happen. But it certainly, that never happens early on. That's, a few years down the line. So it's tough to find find 2 or 3 other dudes, say, hey, listen, we could be playing free for a year or so, or breaking even, or maybe even losing a little bit of money after you figure expenses in, but we believe in our product. We think we sound pretty damn good. We think we can continue to refine our skill set, and we think we got something here. And then, keeping guys from quitting and just all the when you put 5 or 6 dudes together, whether you're watching a ball game or playing a country song, usually you can't agree on anything, So tell me about the song we're going to play. It's I think it's called Grass Ain't Greener. And who wrote it, and what's the story? Is there a story behind it? And what we can expect?
Yeah, so when I was growing up, I wrote the lyrics, and then the rest of our band kind of helped us write the music to the song. But when I was growing up, my granny, she always used to have this famous saying, and she would tell me that, boy, the grass is never greener on the other side. And it would apply to anything if I was talking about quitting a team or something like that. And so that phrase kind of stuck with me my whole life, and I decided to write a song about it after she passed away about 2 years ago.
Well, very much.
Well, I'm not saying the song sucks now after it's about, this. So,
poor Granny took a lick for the song. I gotta
sign me up for a 10.
Yeah.
She's not here with us, so she won't hear it at least.
Well, no.
Well, obviously the grass may be greener. So
I mean, yeah.
she didn't come back.
She's quite the visionary. But I mean, here's the deal. That's a very common colloquialism, so to speak, and so I can see where it could really, really relate to a lot of people that have struggled with various things and quit a decent situation only to find out that the other situation they're going to sucks, whether it's a relationship or a job or something like that. So our rule, listen, this is only we used to do this every week, and we would have the bands in the studio playing on our stage, and if they sucked, we would shoot them with airsoft rifles, and like that got to be kind of out of hand because these bands would want to fight us, and we'd have to escort them out the building at gunpoint. I mean, if we would have captivated some of this stuff, Lummy, we'd probably have a gold mine on our hands. And then sometimes they'd keep playing, and we would be shooting them, telling them to stop, but they'd still keep playing. I have to turn them off and turn the lights down and unplug their amps. So, this is an easier process now that we've brought back the Unsigned Band Review, where we have you guys, over the Zoom. You can hear our analogy, but we are going to play at least the first minute before we start, chopping it up and whether we like it or we don't like it. So, Lummy, we're going to keep our fat ass mouth shut for the first minute.
Sounds good.
We can absorb the first minute. Then from that point forward, it's open season. So, without further ado, and by the way, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, that's all you can find these fine gentlemen, Zach and Leonard. Leonard's the big dude known as Bubba. You can find them at, again, their band's called Below Alabama, and you can find them on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Go follow them. Tell them you're Bubba Army. And we're going to be monitoring chat as well. And so here we go. Without further ado, Below Alabama. These two guys is a band with three other musicians that accompany them when they get together as a group. And it's written by Bubba, and it's called Grass Ain't Greener. All right, so we've gone a minute. And I got to tell you, if it was going to appear its head as sucking, I think it would have appeared its head as sucking by now, and I am pleasantly surprised. Now, which one's the lead singer? Is that you, Bubba?
Yeah.
I'm pleasantly surprised at how well it's mixed and how well it sounds.
Chat's 80-20 right now. Yes.
And Chat's the biggest dicks ever to live, and they like it 80-20. They hate everything. They hate me. If you'd put a poll up and say, "Do you like Bubba?" It'd be 80-20. We hate his fat ass.
Why don't we do that actual poll so we have the hardcore numbers?
Yeah. Why do we have to imagine it? Let's do a second poll.
So I got to tell you, man, Bubba, this one, you got a great voice, and two, the production. I don't know where you guys made this at, but I think go ahead.
We do all our recording at Sound Emporium Studios in Nashville. With a producer there.
You can tell that it's not like some home jobby Pro Tools deal. You can tell that it comes from a pretty major sounding studio just by, I've done so much of this that you can just tell. I call it the thickness and just, the backing vocals and the overtracks and the overdubs. You can tell it's from a reputable record, that it's not, from Bubba's Garage, you can tell. Sure. And I got to tell you, man, it's I'm going to play the other minute 56, but if it sucked, it would have reared its head as I like it.
It's a good song. I could see myself getting home from a hard day of putting my granny down and turning this on and reminiscing, you know?
Well, you can see yourself from putting your granny down and then wanting to write a song to, commemorate your granny.
That's right.
I don't have the talent to do that, but if I did, then maybe I would.
Right. Maybe you can call Bubba up and he can help you.
Yeah.
Bubba, I'm some schmarmy ass lawyer with a smart ass. Can you write me a song about my granny? All right, so back to by the way, below
should have pulled out.
That's going to be Bubba's new song about the unwanted kid that he had, and it's going to be called "Should Have Pulled Out." Yeah,
I'm working on that now.
Yeah, they're writing that idea right now. Here we go. Hell yeah. This is the Bubba's big ass carry, I know. Look at that. It's my floor right there. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Lummy, there's been two things. Somebody said we should maybe get these guys with JR the Handler, the guys from Tick's Vids.
Yeah.
We should maybe get, because I think I think JR the Handler is all about finding up-and-coming bands and helping them.
He's up in that area.
And secondly, Lummy, chat said, Lummy, you dumbass, you're supposed to find bands that suck so Bubba can make fun of them. I mean, glad-handed. Listen, here's the only thing I want to tell you guys. There was this guy named Jelly Roll that came into my studios in 2015. Nobody knew who he was. He was trying to sell out a 250-seat venue. I had him on my show, and you could just tell the guy had the it factor. We had a great interview. He wrote a song about, he had a story about how he wrote a song about Waffle House one time, and he got sued by Waffle House. Great dude. Great guy. We pushed his stuff, but nobody knew who. I mean, he had this little cult following a little bit and stuff. Now we of course know where Jelly Roll's path is, but he now doesn't remember who we are. Like he completely man, he won't do any interviews with us. He won't come on the show. All that kind of deal. My only thing is, I'm going to support you guys because I think you guys got a ton of talent. And if you guys do ever hit the big time, don't jelly roll me, bitch. Okay?
Not a worry there, Bubba. Not a worry.
Don't, because we did get jelly rolled, did we
sure
not?
Did.
I mean, we believed in that guy when nobody would, and now he jelly. I think you guys have one hell of an opportunity to make it in the country music business. I think you got a great sound. I wasn't anticipating it being this good, and it's good. What was the poll?
It was 79 to 20.
79 to 20.
And one person abstained, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. So, listen, fellas, I got to tell you, keep us up to date on where because you guys obviously have they have your information, correct?
Yes.
So keep us up on one new stuff that you're coming out with, and 2, your touring schedule. So, we're obviously heard in Fort Walton Beach, and we can promote you guys.
We'll share your stuff on social media if you tag us.
Yeah, like if you tag us and let us know you're playing, Jimmy's Honky Tonk this weekend, we'll promote you with our large platform. Any new stuff, if you can whitelist it, on us so we don't get a copyright strike, we'll play it for you guys. And congratulations on absolutely nailing it. And Bubba, I got to tell you, you're a hell of a singer, my friend.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And we might be coming up to Fort Walton Beach, Lummy, to do that police
officer,
fallen officer award. Fallen officer ride, and maybe we can get with Below Alabama, see what their availability is, and maybe we have them. What's that place? Is it AJ's?
AJ's.
Maybe have them at AJ's, do a big fundraiser for them, at AJ's. You guys ever played AJ's before?
We've played the one in Grayton Beach, but never the one in Destin.
The one in Destin's pretty badass. They have like the stage on like an elevated kind of deal. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's nice.
But listen, Zach and Leonard, good luck to you guys. Count us as friends, not foe. Let us help you. You guys kick ass, and congratulations and good luck on the song. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, and let me make sure we stay in touch with these guys.
Will do.
So we can help them. What a great song. What a great song. Congratulations, fellas. We appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Take care, buddy.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Granddad was always firm.
Well, I was about to give him a tongue lashing because I thought it sucked.
The early bird gets the worm.
Well, not everybody can be Blink 182, Seth.
I thought we all get to say what we think.
What's your favorite Leo Sayer song?
Oh, you know what? I'm right. I'm sorry. I didn't go through the room.
What's your favorite Leo Sayer song?
Leo Sayer?
Yeah, Leo Sayer. You make me feel like dancing. Gonna dance the night away.
Bee Gees?
You make me... No, Leo Sayer, dude. You make me feel like dancing every night and day. You make me feel like dancing. I feel like dancing, dancing, dancing the night away. I feel like dancing, dancing.
Whew, man.
What's your favorite Bee Gees song, Seth?
Oh, man, there's only one.
Well, that would be your favorite, so...
No, it's not. It's not Staying Alive. It's not. There was one we used to sing on Drew's show every Friday. No. What's their slow song?
Well, the old school one, oh man, what was one of their very first ones? The Brothers Gibbs had, how'd it go?
Cannot remember what their, let's see. Oh, yeah.
How Can You Mend a Broken Heart?
No, Felix got it. How Deep Is Your Love?
Oh.
How deep is your love?
How deep?
That was Captain Tennille, wasn't it?
How deep? No, it's the Bee Gees. I really need to know, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. You belong to you and me. La da 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 da. To Love Somebody's a good one too. To love somebody. To love somebody the way I love you. You don't know what it's like. Sadly, you don't know what it's like to love somebody.
Oh, maybe I don't love any Bee Gees songs.
When I started a joke, which started the whole world laughing. That's probably their oldest one. But I couldn't see that the joke was on me. That's actually, I started a joke which started the whole world crying, but I didn't see that the joke was on me. Oh no, I started to cry, which started the whole world laughing.
It makes me feel like dancing.
You make me feel like dancing. I'm gonna dance the night away. Leo Sayer, man. Fucking talent. They don't make him like him anymore. When I need you, I just close my eyes and I see you. And all that I so wanna give you, babe, it's only a heartbeat away. You like that one, Seth? That's also Leo Sayer.
I'm rubbing myself over my sweatshorts to it.
Nice.
Are you giving yourself a dry friction?
No, just like more of a back kind of pat.
What about a little more than words?
All right, what about we got to go on the air 26 seconds and you get off your fucking karaoke?
What about a real professional who can do it with 2 seconds?
It looks like fucking Tuttle fucking skinned a fucking raccoon for his bike process.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. All at the Bubba Army. That's how we keep this bitch rolling. And Steven Scott, Michael Bourne, and Travis DeSochers. Let me all decent amounts on PayPal. Woo. PayPal been strong today. Thank you. Speaking of which, Tuttle is standing by from one Zoom to the other, and we're trying to do like a beta gimmick on how well we could infuse Tuttle onto the show without him having to be here. Tuttle, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me, Bubba?
Oh, you sound great.
You almost sounds
see,
too
I
good.
put up that soundproofing and stuff that you said I sounded a little thin when you were listening the other day.
No, but you sound perfect.
Are my levels okay? Is your pot where you usually like it?
Yes, my pot is at 50, which is right in the middle. And whatever, like, remember the settings that you got. Take a picture of them or something because your processing sounds good.
I'd say a little more bass, though.
No. He's already.
I mean, I can
give you that if you.
Brian! Brian!
Would you like Tuttle here?
Tuttle?
How's everybody doing?
Tuttle!
Yeah.
It's not the Brian show. It's my show.
You're getting proper modulation, though, Bubba?
Yes, I got.
Jesus.
Brian.
Sorry. Brian, be quiet. We're trying to work
be
proper modulation.
Be the karaoke singing, counter-producing, shovel-faced dildo that you are.
That's what I'm doing, baby.
Let me dial in the audio chain with a potential person that we can infuse and him not have to drive 120 miles to get here every Wednesday, and that we can have Tuttle on Wednesdays via this way. And I think,
or really any day, Bubba.
Or yeah, exactly. I mean,
watch out, Brian. You may annoy Bubba enough. I might get Thursdays.
Oh, don't threaten me with a good time.
Well, both of you guys, shut up, okay? Jesus. So Tuttle, could we put like right now it's like you're in the black hole. There's just we could put various things behind you.
Yeah, you can put whatever you want. Here, do you want me to take the green screen off or the background so you can see what I'm working with?
Let's see what's behind you. Like this is at your house.
Yeah, this is at my house.
Can I make a suggestion?
What?
Can we get a photo of Tuttle in his normal seat, and then whatever that background is, make that Tuttle's background?
Tuttle actually had that idea yesterday.
So it feels like he's in the studio.
Yeah, Tuttle said...
He's a genius.
Tuttle yesterday said when we were meeting about this, I can get a picture of the backing behind me when I'm in studio, and I can put that on the green screen, and it'll truly look like he might be here.
Yeah, except the monitors won't be moving, but that's the only difference.
Yeah. But
it's
Zoom
good.
also has virtual monitors, so whatever the timing is on that background loop that Macho has, that screen right by the bottom of the stage. If I figured out how long that was, you can loop that where it would actually look like the same thing. You would actually have a moving.
Now, I don't see Tuttle on the feed. Like, I mean, or am I behind? Is he? Okay, am I way behind?
You're way behind.
Yeah, I'm way behind. I'm retarded.
I was like, oh my God, I'm still interviewing below Alabama. Tuttle, I got to let you go.
He has worn me out today. He's like a bitch on her period.
I'm still talking,
but he's excited. He's not.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, so I can see Tuttle. Yeah. Now, can you adjust Tuttle's? Like, can you make him smaller? Can you make him bigger? But I mean, because right now he looks like he's taking a little bit of my real estate up here. You know what I'm saying?
He is. Yeah.
So I'm sure Macho can make the necessary adjustments so we can make Tuttle a little bit. He just has to looks like the Tuttle show right there.
He just has to build a new scene because right now when we do a Zoom, that's where we like to have it. So
okay, cool.
He'll build a new scene.
But Tuttle, I mean, I think this is how we do it.
Okay. Yeah, and there's still going to be weeks that I want to come over and see you guys. When you want to have meetings or whatever it may be.
Even if we have meetings, we're going to start having staff meetings after the show on Wednesday. We can just
okay.
We can literally do a meeting with our headphones on.
All right, and there's no lag. There's no lag on my end.
Not a nothing.
Okay. Because I turned all the Wi-Fi off in my house. The only thing, I'm just direct connected straight into my computer.
Well, it works. Lummy, I don't feel a lag at all. Do you?
Not at all, no.
Seth, you feel
Sounds good.
Nice, perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect. So, yeah, great job, Tuttle. So,
all right, guys. Well, I do apologize if
Don't apologize. You're great, dude.
Why are you so apologetic all the time, dude?
Well, because you got him beaten down.
I did it?
Yeah.
I did it?
Bubba, look at your screen now. Is that
that's
better?
perfect.
Okay.
That's perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. So.
And would you like the camera further away from me to the side like I usually am? Like I can do that. And would you like I have a mic arm that I can put up.
I think we're overthinking.
I think Gary will help you. I think Gary will tell you what'll look best.
Gary and Macho Man will probably tell you what they want, but I think you're overthinking the whole process. I think I like what we got. Maybe if we can shoot the background that we had talked about, maybe that. But, I mean, you sound great. There's zero lag. However you'd want to position your camera based on what Gary and Macho Man needs, they'll direct you through that. But, I mean, we'll see you next Wednesday, I would assume next Wednesday from this position.
All right. Thank you so much, Bubba. And thank you, by the way, for helping me after the show with the radiator.
My remedy completely worked, didn't it?
Yes, I did not. It did not overheat one single time all the way over. So I don't know if it just got dry, but
it did. You were down on fluid, and so if you were constantly moving on the highway, it would be enough to cool it. But as soon as you would get into traffic, it would probably start getting, you might want to buy, a gallon of antifreeze.
I'm going to.
And, put some of that in there.
All right. Well, I hope you guys have a great day. I just wanted to thank you again for yesterday for helping me out.
Appreciate you. And we look forward to doing, this opens up all kinds of doors.
Sure this shouldn't be anything new to you, Bubba. You're used to people phoning it in. The last 2 years of Manson, come on.
Wow.
Yeah.
Glad we're almost at 10 o'clock.
It's well crafted.
You know what? That's a deep cut, and I like it. I like deep cuts that aren't on me. I like that. You know what, Brian? Note to self: I like deep cuts that don't make that I'm not getting cut.
My pen's not writing. I can't. I can't take that.
Anyway, Tuttle. Hey, listen. Perfect.
You feeling okay, Tuttle?
Yeah. I went to the doctor's yesterday. I got to follow up with a specialist today.
Hold on. What happened?
I've been having some gastro problems, and I think they're going in at both ends. They're dropping a camera down the throat and one up the.
You got some maybe some gastrointestinal problems or something.
They think it could be the norovirus, but I'm around that age.
They don't
I'm
stick a
45.
pole up your butt for the norovirus.
Well, they want to get it all done at one time because I'm 45.
So have you ever had a have you had a proctal? Have you ever had a colonoscopy?
They're basically said they're
Prostate
doing a
exam.
whole tune-up. They're doing a whole tune-up of the digestive system. So they're hitting the prostate and the colon at the same time.
No, you don't chew anymore, do you?
No, I don't.
Because chewing tobacco sometimes can lead to some gastro problems because it's been a couple of years. As much as you spit it, you still are swallowing a certain amount of nicotine.
Yeah,
that's disgusting.
Yeah.
How about your girl, Kristen? Man, because of her testimonial on my new cologne, we sold a ton yesterday because of her.
Are you for real?
Yeah,
she'll be so happy to hear that.
Yeah. When are you going to finally make sweet love to her? When?
They did already, Bubba.
Listen. It's honestly, I'm going to be real, Bubba. I would love to share what's going on personally between me and Kristen and stuff, but I need something for myself.
What do you mean?
Well, because
you're saying like as transparent as you'd like to be, you need something that's sacred for yourself that not everybody knows. You need that internally to help you in your journey of life.
Yeah, because my eyes roll back in the back of my head and I'm like, I forget that I actually have a personal life. And I make my personal life a part of the radio life, and
That's been the entire demise of me, as I've made my personal life mostly my show, and everybody knows my faults and sex tapes and stuff like that. It's just destroyed everything.
Yeah, I mean, I talk about the ice cream guy, the molestation, my drug habits, all that stuff. So,
but I mean, are you and her in a pretty good place where you could see? This is the last question before we leave.
Mm-hmm.
Are you and her, this isn't a yes or no, are you and her at least in a pretty good space where you think you guys could be a couple again?
Maybe. Yes.
Maybe.
Well, I will say this is that we're having fun right now. We're going out, we're doing things, we're being very. What I'm saying is there's no troubles in Tuttle and Kristen land when it comes to the podcasting and the personal stuff.
Have you at least made out? Never mind.
Cheeto finger, right?
Don't answer. Because I know the answer to that.
Next time you're coming to the studios, let me smell your fingers.
No, but I was thinking if this is the case, you maybe one day, what if I could get her to come to my house and be on the show, and you can ask her.
Well, no, hold on. I would like one of these times after we get Tuttle remote dialed in to plan her to be with you. But I just can't come out with that stuff. I got to really handle that with kid gloves because that could go south fast. I would have to just really prop her up on being Kristen and sounding great and being a smart, attractive woman. I can't get into what are you and Tuttle doing sexually. That will absolutely blow the deal.
I
could ask vague questions like, Kristen, do you ever see you and Tuttle being more than just friends? But I couldn't get into did he get Cheetos fingers last night? I couldn't do that.
I will say that since the 10 years that we've spent apart and everything, that she has become, I don't want anybody to get it twisted like I'm calling her something that's bad, but she's a lot more open when it comes to things.
So she's less uptight.
Yeah.
She's a little bit more, she knows how to play.
No, he's saying she was with bigger guys, right?
Brian.
No, he's saying he's not saying she was with
that.
Lexington Steel or anything like that. He's saying that she's less uptight on talking about that type of stuff.
I got it.
She's not talking about being with Shaq. Okay. All right.
So her orifice isn't more open.
No,
her
she's
mind
not
is
more hollowed out.
Got it.
Her mind is open.
Got it.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. You got to be clear on these things.
That's why, Tuttle, you'll be on a Wednesday with her. Yeah. I'll be directing it, and Numbnuts, Shovel Face, will not be here. And I'll put you over. I'll do a job for you, clean in the middle. And she will like you even more after I've had my way with her.
Oh my
But
God.
you always do, though. Seth, you say, "Oh my God," though. But Bubba, though, I mean, lately, maybe at the beginning when I first started, maybe Bubba didn't like lay it down clean in the middle of the ring for me. But I would say for the most part, Bubba does, look out for me.
Lummy, I put you over with Ashley, do I not?
Of course.
Seth,
Until you guys talk crap about me together.
What?
Nothing.
Her and
Tuttle, Bubba's probably your biggest fan.
And secondly, Seth, I always put Phoebe over. Always. Put Sammy over, put Phoebe over. I put every...
You're talking about making her... You said that you could make her like Tuttle more after you get done talking to her.
I could.
He can.
I could.
He knows what to say.
Just by doing a job clean, putting him over, making him feel like he's on top. He's not a middleman.
How responsible he is now.
Just he's how talented he is. Just boom, boom, boom. So anyway, Tuttle, we're running late. We got the hookup. We got the levels. We'll start this next Wednesday. Okay, bud?
All right. Love you guys. Bye.
See you later. Bye-bye now. Thank you. So Lummy, we can
It's awesome.
The world is ours. I feel like Scarface.
Woohoo!
The world is ours.
Let's do it.
Brian, would you ever do a karaoke show?
Yeah, but Seth and I are doing Bubba 911 or 991.
Yeah, we've talked about doing a Blizzard 991.
Blizzard 991, where we do nothing but karaoke and requests.
I think we talked to you about it, Bubba.
No, I'm all for it. Yeah, whatever Brian wants.
Next Friday.
Next Friday, huh?
Next Friday, 8
That's the only time I can do it.
Coming up next, it's arguably our most popular podcast.
I mean, there's really no argument about it, but subscribe and you get to watch us live and chat with us.
Sometimes Clem and Kush will be as listened to as the Blizzard, but they're 1 and 2 and 2 and 1 respectfully. The common denominator, ladies and gentlemen, the Seth Kushner. That's right, my friend.
The winner today of the Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Oh, that's not Phoebe. She texted me. She is really turned on.
$20 turned her on. Come on now.
Now she's got a...
Sammy's already got 10 of it in her hand.
Seth said, I'm coming home. I've got gas money.
That's right.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
I could have worn up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember...
I repeat hello.